Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, February 1st. Hasqualawin, Queesaluktamuk, Squamish, Okameo. We're privileged tonight to be meeting and doing our work on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Council motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Council French, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Any opposed? Motion carries. Any notice of motion, Council? Seeing none, we do not have any delegations, petitions, or proclamations this evening. Item 5 is consideration of unscheduled public attendance. So this is anyone who has an item they believe they want to address with council before the next regular business meeting in 2 weeks. So recognizing that we have people both here in the gallery as well as potentially online or on the phone, it is *3 on the phone if you want to raise your hand. On WebEx, you go to the participant panel and click on the hand icon. And of course, if you're sitting in the audience, you would just raise your hand. So is there anyone who feels they have an item for unscheduled public attendance? Just wait a moment for anybody who might be joining us by phone or online. Nothing? Okay, thank you. So then we're moving to item 7, A1. This is development permit 558 for 1189 and 1201 Wilson Crescent. This DP comes with variances, so there will be an opportunity for the public to speak on the variances only, not on the development as a whole. But first, I will turn it over to staff for the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vrish Prahalad, planner with the Community Planning Department. Tonight, I will be presenting a development permit application for a 12-unit townhouse development proposed at 1189 and 1201 Wilson Crescent in the Wilson Crescent neighborhood, which is requesting 5 variances. The subject properties are located at 1189 and 1201 Wilson Crescent and are currently developed with single-unit dwellings. The properties are zoned RM1, which allow for townhouse dwellings. The OCP land use designation is residential neighborhood. The site is subject to DPA 3 universal guidelines and is within the flood hazard area. The majority of the properties are zoned RM1, but there are a few multiple unit residential 2 and multiple unit residential 3 parcels. DP 558 is seeking approval to allow for the construction of 8 3-bedroom and 4 4-bedroom townhouses on the southeast corner of Wilson Crescent. The 4-bedroom units will have double car garages, and the 3-bedroom units will have tandem parking with a single car garage and a covered outdoor parking stall behind. The development will be accessed through one entry off of Wilson Crescent. The Woodruff design is a living street where pedestrians and cyclists have legal priority over motorists. A 2-meter wide saw-cut concrete sidewalk with a statutory right-of-way for public access is provided along the front setback. Each unit has a private rear yard with private balconies on both the front and back of the second stories. The proposal mostly conforms to zoning bylaw with the exception of a few of the following variances. The applicant is seeking a variance to section 10.6 for the front yard setback from 7.62 meters to 6.62 meters to allow for the encroachment of 2 townhomes by 1 meter. A variance to section 10.6 for the rear yard setback from 9.15 meters to 6.5 meters to allow for the encroachment of 4 townhomes by 1 meter and the projection of second-story patios by 1.65 meters for a total intrusion of 2.65 meters. A variance to section 10.6 for the interior side yard setback from 4.57 meters to 2.74 meters to accommodate the projection of second-story patios. A variance to section 4 that will reduce the side setback of an accessory building from 1.52 meters to 0.9 meters away from the interior side lot. And a variance to the definition to common usable open space to have dimensions no less than 4.57 meters from 6.1 meters and include areas used for the required front setback. To address the privacy issues for the residents of Arbutus Grove, the development has been shifted 1 meter into the front setback, reducing the front setback from 7.62 meters to 6.62 meters, while increasing the rear yard setback from 5.32 meters to 6.5 meters. In order to mitigate the privacy concerns caused by the projecting patios for buildings 2 to 5, Portugal laurel hedging, a fire-resistant evergreen plant which grows to 6 to 9 meters in height, has been added along the property lines to increase privacy between the neighboring units. The 1 meter encroachment into the front yard setback fits within the existing neighborhood as the RS3 small lots to the east of the development have a 6 meter front yard setback, and the current townhomes across the street received a variance to reduce the front yard setback to 6.9 meters. Most of the Wilson Crescent neighborhood is zoned either RM1 or RM2, which has a rear yard setback of 9.15 meters. These are the only residential zones that have a 9.15 meter rear yard setbacks. The zones that allow for single-family homes as well as duplexes and triplexes have a rear yard setback of 7.62 meters, and zones that allow for townhomes and apartments vary from 7.62 meters down to 3.6 meters. 2 recent developments, Waterfront Landing and Oceanfront, have rear yard setbacks of 3.6 meters and 5 meters respectively. 9.15 meters. The 9.15 meter setbacks are reserved for rural, agricultural, and commercial zones. The edge of building 2 and 3 have a rear yard setback of 8.15 meters, which is greater than the 7.62 meters setback seen in the zones that allow for townhomes, and more than the 6 meter rear yard setback allowed for the RS3 small lots to the east. Once the 1.65 meter encroachment for the 69 square foot patios is added to the rear yard setback, is reduced to 6.5 meters. Variances for patio projections have been allowed in the past for the Wilson Crescent neighborhood, as Arbutus Grove and Harbor House both received 0.76 meter projections for their patios. The recent zoning bylaw update, which received first and second readings on January 18th, 2022, reduces the rear yard setbacks for RM1, RM2, and RM3, the most common zones in the Wilson Crescent neighborhoods, from 9.15 meters to 6 meters. The current proposal exceeds that with an 8.15 meter setback with a 1.65 meter patio projection for a total setback of 6.5 meters. Council raised concerns about having the play area sited next to the waste room without having a landscape or fence buffer between the playground and WNRF to shield users from waste vehicle traffic servicing the waste room. A landscape buffer has been added around the play area consisting of little bunny dwarf fountain grass, which can grow up to 2 feet in height, and a Colorado spruce tree, which can grow up to 10 feet. By having the play area located in the middle of the development, there will be more eyes on the park. as 5 units will have direct sight lines into the play area, resulting in a safer space through natural surveillance. If the play area were moved to the rear of the development, the number of units with direct sight lines to the park will be reduced to 2. The Bioinventory Assessment Report dated November 6, 2019 reported that no environmentally valuable resources were observed on or near the subject property, and the proposed development will not negatively impact wildlife or wildlife habitat. Environmentally valuable resources range in size from single trees and small ponds to extensive landscape features and include rare and common habitats, plants, and animals. There were, however, 2 invasive species observed on the site, Himalayan blackberry, which borders the northwest property line, and English holly, which will need to be removed. 27 trees will be planted to replace the 4 species of trees currently on the property, including 20 quaking aspen trees and 6 Norway spruce. The original pitch pre-finished dark charcoal sheet metal roofs will be replaced with pre-finished sheet metal slate gray roofs with a surface reflectance rating of SRI 30, keeping in line with the traditional form and character of the Wilson Crescent neighborhood. Energy Star qualified steep slope roofs require a minimum SRI of 29. This will reduce the potential heat gain during the warm, sunny months and will continue to avoid glare to the neighbors who have rooftop decks and continue to blend in with the neighborhood. The district did receive a preliminary response from the applicant that does not seek any variances. In this preliminary plan, the sidewalk statutory right-of-way would be removed, as well as the pocket park in front of the development and the road improvements to Wilson Crescent. The planning department views the current proposal as superior to this preliminary response, as the loss of amenities currently provided in the current proposal will have a negative impact on the development and the Wilson Crescent neighborhood. The project meets most of the DPA 3 guidelines and also supports some policy within the OCP. This development is well aligned with the Wilson Crescent microplan. In order to offset the variance requests, the development will be providing a parklet in the front setback, a sidewalk with public access, as well as road and infrastructure improvements to Wilson Crescent. The Wilson Crescent plan also includes guidelines meant to supplement the OCP guidelines. Please note that these guidelines do not form a new development permit area and cannot be applied to the same degree as the guidelines at DPA 3. Variances are discouraged in the Wilson Crescent plan because they may set a precedent. However, staff note that there is already established precedent for variances within the Wilson Crescent neighborhood and in other neighborhoods within newer townhouse developments. DP 558 was posted to the district's development showcase and a development sign was installed on the property. No request for a public information meeting was received and no public information meeting was held. Variance notices have been sent to residents within 100 meters of the property, and 1 comment has been received for this project. Staff recommend that the District of Squamish authorize the issuance of development permit number 558 as presented for the properties located at 1189 and 1201 Wilson Crescent, subject to the consolidation of both lots, the registration of a statutory right-of-way, the registration of a no gas covenant, the registration of a railway noise and vibration covenant, registration of a flood covenant, and providing blocking for grab bars in the bathrooms and powder rooms, and that the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute DP 558. Alternatively, council could not authorize the development permit or refer this development back to staff. Thank you. At this time, I welcome any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prohlad. So I do have a little, well, this one's a bit lengthy, blurb to read before we get started. So development permits with variance number 558, the proponent and members of the public will be given the opportunity to be heard either in person from council chambers at Municipal Hall or electronically via telephone or from a computer with respect to the proposed variances to District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2011. There are 5 proposed variances to the zoning bylaw, and the proposed variances have been outlined in the staff report. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the variances during this process. So this isn't a rezoning, it's a DP with variances. So we will be asking people to just speak to the following variances. The front setback from 7.62 meters to 6.62 meters. The rear setback from 9.15 meters to 6.5 meters. The interior side setback from 4.57 meters to 2.74 meters. That section 4, accessory buildings and structures be varied from not less than 1.52 meters from any side or rear lot line to not less than 0.9 meters from any side or rear lot line to permit the siting of the waste room. And the 5th variance is to change the usable open space common definition from having no dimensions less than 6.10 meters and excluding areas used for a required front setback to having no dimensions less than 4.57 meters and including areas used for the required front setback. All speakers will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address council. Details to participate on the phone or electronically on WebEx are displayed or will be displayed on the screen shortly for those who have logged in from your computer or are watching the live stream of the meeting. Instructions are also available on the district website at squamish.ca. So in order to get on the speakers list, you raise your hand, so to speak, if you're on the telephone by dialing *3. And if you're on WebEx, you open up the participant panel and click on the hand icon. If you're participating in person, you just have to raise your hand. When is your turn to speak? If you're participating electronically, you will receive a voice prompt. And if you are participating in person, I will call on people in the order I see the hands raised. Now, given that we might have people participating electronically and in person, we might go back and forth between folks that are here at Municipal Hall and folks joining us from home. So with that, Council, do you have any clarifying questions for Mr. Prohlad before I go to the public? Council French.
Thanks, Mayor. In the staff report, Figure 5 shows distances from balconies and buildings between the subject property and 38447 Buckley. And the distance from balcony to balcony is listed as 10.31 meters. There's no indication, though, of the distance from the balconies at 38447 Buckley to the rear property line. So it looks to me like, I think I've got the math correct, it's 3.81 meters. So I'm wondering, is that distance known? And if yes, is my calculation of 3.81 meters correct?
Through the mayor, yes. The rear setback is 3.81 meters. They received a side yard variance for their patios.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Yep, Councilor Herford.
Thank you. And you did a good job of addressing this in the presentation, but I just want to run through this piece one more time. The rear setback as it exists currently is more generous here than in other areas with this zoning. Can you and that is set to be a change that's coming to that setback. So can you just run me through that piece again and maybe associated timelines so I can understand what exactly what we're working with here?
Through the mayor, I believe the zoning bylaw will be going to public hearing in a few weeks. But the planning department has suggested that the rear yard setbacks for RM1, RM2, and RM3 be reduced from 9.15 meters to 6 meters. And just to be more in line with townhouse developments that we've seen recently come up within the district of Squamish.
Just want to recognize that Councillor Stoner is participating electronically this evening, and we, on behalf of council, want to welcome her back from her maternity leave. It's great to have you back with us. So thank you. Okay, not seeing any. Oh yes, Councillor Stoner, go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you very much, and thanks. It's great to be back. I was just wondering if staff could speak to how variance 5, where there's a change to the usable open space common definition to allow for that dimension to intrude into the front setback. How does that variance interact with the first variance around the front setback generally? I'm assuming that that means that part of the front setback that we're seeing is going to be used for common open space. So once that's accounted for, how much of a front setback is there actually?
Through the mayor, the front setback will be 6.62 meters, and that takes into account the front parklet that's being included, as well as the 2-meter sidewalk.
All right, seeing no more hands from council. We don't have anybody with their hands up online yet, so *3 or the hand icon in the participant panel. So I'll come to Municipal Hall, and if there's anybody who'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Come forward, sir. You can take your mask off once you're at the podium and just state your name and neighborhood or address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Matty Walton, and I live at 38447 Buckley Avenue. Everyone from the townhouse complex at 38447 Buckley Avenue, titled Abutis Grove, that is 100% of residences, are represented here tonight in person and via video. We all oppose the variances requested by the developer. Of note, we did not know about this development until just prior to the meeting last year. That was on the 16th of November. The development proposal was not notified to us, and a sign was placed in Wilson Crescent only, a street that no one from Abutis Grove walks down or drives down at all. We had no correspondence from the developer or the district. We did not know about the showcase website prior to the last meeting. Has the council read our correspondence from the residents and owners of Abutis Grove dated yesterday?
Yes, sir, we've received all the correspondence and it's been attached to our agendas, either in hard copy or electronically.
So the document's, just of note, the document's 8 pages in length and is a result of significant research. We have only had since the 18th of January to write this and prepare our responses to council. Our written response is detailed, researched, reference to adjacent previous developments, and reference to the district's own planning guidelines and bylaws. It would be great if the staff could look at our concerns in probably a lot more detail than the time we have tonight. Addressing the shade report. No mention is made of the shade report in the staff report to council this time. Council commented last November that the shade report appears deficient in that it only covers the summer months. The developers added in a 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. diagram, but nothing in the winter. The shade reports only show when the sun is on our buildings. The developers knew of our concern with the shade report, and it's very interesting that they still only show sunny shade reports. We did our own thorough shade reports using architectural consultants, which I'll provide to council here. Addressing the revised development plan, the developer suggests a hedge be planted to mitigate the privacy concerns. This shows that the developer is aware of privacy matters. The hedge is to be a Portugal laurel hedging. This hedging likes full sun the best to grow in. It will be planted in a predominantly 100% shade position. Portugal laurel hedging grows at a rate of about 18 inches a year at best. So it would maybe, if it grows, say 50% of that, 9 inches a year. So to provide a privacy at the bedroom level of our townhouses, it would take 40 years for that to grow. At the middle level, it would take 25 years if it grows. This is no solution to privacy. It is surprising that staff approved this and accepted the developer's hedge planting plan to mitigate the townhouses, the townhouses closer to us, to the property boundaries. The development will have windows and balconies looking directly into our living rooms and bedrooms. The design of the buildings has not been addressed since the last meeting. Addressing the developer's plan, the staff report supports the variances like there is no alternative. If the land is not big enough, then maybe a townhouse or two less. The developer likes to have a nice space between the buildings that he's planning to build and orientate them for sun and privacy and open areas, but not at the back of his buildings. That's on the northern side, or may I say the poor northern side of the buildings, which is adjacent to our buildings. Yes, our complex at Abuts Grove had variances approved. Tyler Ovington, the developer of our buildings, offered to remove townhouses and build less if the variances at the time weren't approved by council. We were the ones affected by the variances, not the neighbours at that time. This is not the case this time. I oppose the variances on the grounds of privacy. I'm almost finished, my time's almost up. I oppose the variances on the grounds of privacy, lack of sun other than near the meridian and only in the summer. Every metre means a metre more sun on our windows. It will set a precedence for further developments in our neighbourhood if this goes ahead. The developer has not taken into consideration the orientation of our building and has pushed his buildings as close as he can to the northern boundary, destroying kind of our only, the aspect that our buildings were built for. That's all I've got, but I've got our shade reports done for 10, 12 and 2, done by architects for January. Can I present that to someone just to pass around between yourselves?
Sent it to Ms. Pollock here and she can pass them to Councillor Anderson.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Seeing that there is no one online with their hand up, is there someone else here in Municipal Hall that would like to speak to the variances? Come forward. You can take your mask off at the podium, just state your name and neighborhood or address. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Johannes Esterle. I'm a resident of Augustus Grove. I'm originally from France and I now call Squamish home. I'm here today to share my concern about the impacts that the setbacks variance requested for the proposed development will have on the neighborhood of Wilson Crescent and on the community of Abuts Grove. First, the changes in the setbacks will have a negative impact on privacy for both the families living in Unit 1, 2, and 3 of Abuts Grove and in the adjacent units of the proposed development. The proposed edge will indeed fix the privacy issue once grown, while impeding the sunlight and creating a gated community feeling of this development. Shorter setbacks between development means absence of mature trees, right? Because they will have to be cut, which will create a local heat island. Heat island is a phenomenon that has been documented in Europe as being a contributing factor to extreme heat waves in cities. In the summer 2003 in France, France suffered a major heat wave, which led to the death of 19,000 people in 2 weeks. A recent study of what happened in Paris shows that if there has been more trees and buildings were further built from one another, the temperature inside the city would have been lower and thus people's health would have been less affected. In this context of climate change and increased global temperature, it would be worth looking at France's experience and be proactive by planning the urban setting to mitigate the consequence of future heat waves. Third of all, about the Wilson Crescent neighborhood plan. In 2018, the district of Squamish spent a lot of resources to create the Wilson Crescent neighborhood plan, which laid out the guidelines for future development and a vision for the neighborhood. Unfortunately, the proposed development isn't integrated with the rest of the neighborhood. The setback variances requested will only serve the proposed development through allowing for the creation of a private community space and impact the quality of life of the surrounding neighbors. Good. In conclusion, I will recommend the Council to disapprove the proposed setbacks variances in order to respect the vision of the Wilson Crescent Development Plan, which served the whole community, and to integrate the concern about mature trees and space between buildings as a climate change mitigation measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in Municipal Hall that would like to speak? Yep, come forward, and then we've got 2 hands up online, so we'll go to online after this speaker. So, nope, come to the podium, take your mask off at the podium, and state your name and address or neighborhood for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Irene Yu, and I'm a resident at Wilson Crescent 38447 in Unit 4. I'm here today with regards to the variances. My main concerns are loss of natural light and privacy due to this variance, as well as the loss of mature trees. Our letter is very detailed, and I agree with all the points in the letter, but the 2 main things that really concern me are the loss of the natural light and privacy. As our letter outlines, the new proposal does not meet the Wilson Crescent area guidelines and doesn't really provide a compelling reason to justify the variance. The variance being contemplated today, specifically of decreasing the setback from 9.15 meters to 6.25 meters, greatly impacts our residences and the kinds of developments that could be allowed in the future in the Wilson Crescent area. And the decrease in general will continue to reduce the amount of natural sunlight coming into specifically our living rooms and master bedrooms. Our development was built specifically to take in the sunlight and to take in the space of the area behind us. As well, when you consider the design of our places, which have large windows, our living room windows are about 9 feet by 7 feet, and master bedroom is bedroom on the 3rd floor is 6 feet by 5 feet. So that would mean basically effectively that we'd have blinds down all the time because there would be no protection from privacy from the new neighbors, as well as those patios encroaching very close to our windows. Future residences, including the people who move into the new proposed development, would be negatively affected if we continue to reduce the amount of the setbacks between the buildings. Another item that I'm quite concerned about is the loss of the mature trees that are out the back that provide view, that provide shade. They are fantastic resources, and the mature trees have significant benefits to urban ecosystems, including the resilience to extreme weather events and storm runoff and susceptibility to flooding, and just generally for carbon emissions. Not to mention the community benefits of mature fruit trees, diversity
Just
of
speak
plant
for the
life.
variance, please.
Yeah.
The trees aren't part of the variance.
But the development causes the loss of those trees. So in closing, please consider the proposed solutions we set out that would address the issues we identified in the letter. Reduce the size or change the location of the amenity space within the development. Adjust the orientation or sizing of the building. Adjust the size of the buildings to minimize or eliminate the variance needed. Reposition windows on the northern wall of the new proposed development to improve privacy and reduce overlook, as well as those patios, and retain mature trees for their environmental benefits that they provide, and as precedent for valuing trees and the benefits they bring to communities in the wider environment. Thank you. I have here some images to give you a sense of the sunlight that comes through our windows and the greenery that you can see through the windows. Has a cat in it, obviously, but I'd like to provide these for your view. One of the images was done by my daughter, who is an artist, and she was trying to imagine what it would be like to look outside our windows if there was a development very close by. She didn't have access to the development images, but it just gives you a sense of how our windows would change compared to what we currently have now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, we'll go to one of our online speakers, please.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Next up, we have Patrick Wolf. Patrick, you are our next speaker. Please state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have up to 5 minutes to address council. You can go ahead, please.
Grove. Firstly, I'd like to thank the council for your time today and for hearing our proposals or challenges, issues. Yeah, just to sort of repeat a lot of what's already been said. I mean, I am the owner of Unit 3, which is one of the units that is directly impacted by this new development. I believe it's been stated already that units 1, 2, and 3 will be impacted the most. I'll keep it fairly short and sweet. The main issue is obviously privacy. As again has already been stated, we will consistently have to have the blinds down in the bedrooms facing that development, as well as the living room, which will also lose our lovely views of. And this impacts multiple facets of the property and being an owner there. And secondly is the sunlight. I believe previous speakers have displayed images of what the view and the sunlight shade, sort of referring to the shade report, will be from previously or currently compared to what they will be if this development goes ahead with the current variances that they're requesting. Yeah, this is a major issue for all of us. I believe there was a similar meeting back in November. I was not able to join that myself at that time, but I'm once again pleased for you guys to hear our hear our stance on the situation, and would hereby again, as many of my fellow owners and residents at Arvidas Grove, kindly request the council to not approve the variance and to yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our next online speaker.
We're going to go next to Greg Pillon. Greg, you are joining us by phone, so when you hear the "you are unmuted" button, you could go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council. You can go ahead now.
Thank you very much. My name is Greg Pillon. I am the homeowner and ratepayer, if you will, at 38447 Buckley Unit Number 1. I will start by saying thank you very much for the opportunity to present my views on the impact that this variance will have on the enjoyment of and value of my property. And I will start by saying that I wanted to support everything that my neighbors have said so far. I think we provided council with ample documentation on the impact of the development and the variances that have been requested here. So I won't elaborate on the impact on, well, privacy, privacy certainly that we will lose in this building, and the impact of the shade report, which has been amply documented. But I'm a little puzzled. And what puzzles me is if I heard this correctly, in the initial presentation by staff, there is a version of this plan that exists which does not involve a rear setback variance. But it was not presented to council because, as I understand it, staff feels that this development is superior, is more appropriate. So the question is, why is that the case? Why, as we've stated before, this really doesn't meet the requirements of 4.2.3 of the guidelines, unusual site conditions and so on that cannot be accommodated, and also that it would not establish a precedent for other properties. So again, I'm wondering, why do you need to move this development that much closer to our property when it's going to have this kind of negative effect on our homes? And I want to say that I really appreciated the elevations, very artistic elevations that were presented, because I could see on Wilson Crescent side, there's a lovely, what's the term? Parklet. Very pretty parklet, about 7 meters, I believe. So I made the comment last time that, in fact, the negative impact of the rear setback is because we want to have a streetscape, curb appeal, a parklet. So our privacy and our access to natural light is being sacrificed, apparently by staff, for the benefit of establishing a parklet streetscape on Wilson Crescent. How is this elevation, as I'm sure you've all seen, not going to establish a precedent for the rest of Wilson Crescent? Of course it is. The next property over will be developed in exactly the same manner, with the same setback, because it will also have to have a parklet. I think the process is a little disingenuous. And I am very disappointed that the considerations that the neighbors at 38447 have put forward in good faith have been basically ignored. So I would recommend that really, since nothing has changed, that council make the same decision they made the last time we discussed these same matters and send this back for review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to City Hall to see if there's anyone here that wishes to speak. I have 2 more callers waiting online. Come forward, state your name and your address or neighborhood, and you have 5 minutes to address council.
Yeah, hello. My name's Chris Morrow. I'm resident Unit 3 at Arbutus Grove. I just want to comment, I did send some documents into the hearing and planning team today before the cutoff. Is that something you can pull up, or do I have to join the web call myself and pull it up? Okay, so so named Chris Morrow. There's 3 photos I sent in. The one I would just like to draw your attention to is the one from the balcony on the main floor. You can see the barbecue on the left. Anyways, that's me looking over the properties that will be developed. That photo was taken the day after the last hearing. So luckily, I guess it was a nice sunny day in November. You know, we're approaching the solstice. I only thought of this today. I wasn't able to execute on it, but I was thinking like getting a pole to, you know, simulate the height of the building and taking in the same photo. Sorry, I couldn't deliver on that for today, but if this gets sent back to staff, I'll definitely do that next time. I don't think that view is going to exist anymore is my main point. And, you know, looking through the vegetation and, you know, experiencing the sun in winter months, for me, it's, you know, good for my mental health. I have a lot more plants in my house now. It's pretty cool. I don't know where I'll move those things. but I do think there's some other options here to get this development to go ahead. And I'm really sorry, Mayor, but staff continues to say that there was a board posted, no comments received. They have to go through this sort of process, but we were never a part of the original hearing. We'd never had an opportunity to oppose the original plan, and that's why it keeps creeping into this conversation. So I'll apologize on behalf of everyone else, but yeah, this is our only opportunity to speak on this before it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Murray, we'll go to speaker online.
Our next speaker is Robert Forsyth. Robert, you're the next caller. Please state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address council. You can go ahead now, please.
Hello, are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes, we are.
Hi there. My name is Robert Forsyth, 41872 Faith Road in Brackendale. Although not directly impacted by this particular development, I do have concerns, as the residents have stated, both to their views and the change of what the plan was when they purchased their homes. I'd like to really address the financial aspect of it if possible, because this really is what it boils down to. Not knowing the particular...
You need to speak to that in the context of the variances, please. The variances have been outlined, so you can speak to the 5 variances.
So in regards to the setback and the necessity to have these changes in this particular development, and obviously having 2 sets of drawings, without knowing what the other set of drawings are, one would assume that the changes are to increase the capacity and the space of the development and therefore make it more financially viable for the developers. That's just an assumption. Without having staff address that particular question, would really not know the answer. Now, the offset is that the homeowners that are going to be affected, that are concerned, and it sounds like there's quite a lot of our community members that are concerned about losing not only their sites and their views and their privacy, but also financially losing value to their homes with the encroachment of this particular development not being in the standard nature. The issue is that I have is, has the developer put a financial obligation towards staff and council should this variance be approved, and alternatively, have they put a financial responsibility towards these property owners in the neighboring to compensate them for their financial losses, because there will be financial losses, I would assume, with the changes of their views and stuff like that. I'm not too sure what kind of reports have been done, but I would pretty much think that each of those homes are going to lose a little bit of value with this encroachment. And so really it boils down to money and how much, other than fixing their own property, to try to alleviate some of the things, which I do have concerns about in regards to the plants not necessarily being native to our community. I heard different cypresses, different types of plants, and I haven't really looked at the whole project. But I'm not necessarily in support of this project moving forward. I am supportive of it going back to staff and proper communication taking place, dialogue with the different parties that have their concerns. And until their concerns are fully addressed and there's a full census of agreement between all parties, then really this development shouldn't be moving forward in its current state. I land my plane. I thank Mayor and Council. I appreciate the time and opportunity to address this.
Thank you very much. We'll have another speaker online, please.
Our next speaker is Joris Jansen. Joris, you have 5 minutes to address council, and if you could please state your name and address, or sorry, your name and neighborhood for the record, you could go ahead, please.
He's calling from Italy, so he probably work it out.
Hello.
Hello, Joris, you could please go ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Joris. I'm the owner at 5-38447 Arbutus Grove. I'm going to keep it very brief because I think my neighbors have addressed very similar concerns as myself, of course. My main concern is that I feel like all the proposals that we have given in our previous meeting in November as to address our concerns haven't been met. I think in terms of the setback, my biggest concern is the infringement on our privacy and natural light, of course, as it's already not the easiest as a young homeowner in terms of affordability. And I think that if we're going to have developments like this closer and closer on our on our properties, then it's going to negatively impact our privacy as well as our natural lighting. So I think our development has proposed many solutions for this specific project, and I'm hoping that those can be reviewed before any decision is made on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take the last caller online.
Our last caller is Jackie Menezes. Please address, you have 5 minutes to address council. If you could please state your name and neighborhood for the record. You can go ahead now, please. Jackie, are you there?
Thank you very much. I'm unmuted. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and also to the staff for the presentation. I am in agreement with, I live at Unit 1, 38447 Buckley Avenue in Arbutus Grove. I echo everything that has been said before. I just want to emphasize that when we met with Council on November 16th about this development, we brought forward the opportunity to have privacy considered of the residents of the new property as well as ourselves, and that the playground and amenity area be moved to the back area, as well as the shade reports be done for the winter, not just the summer, and that the greenery be planted that grows much faster and grows in shade in that area, so that we can account for privacy for both sides, because both properties will be adversely affected. The variances that we asked for and suggested to move the playground amenity area to the back was to help keep privacy for both the new properties as well as the current properties. That has not been addressed. The other issue was raised was, is there a need for that playground? Because there's a playground being built across the street near the high school on Buckley Avenue, as well as the playgrounds that are all up and down the school area for children to play with safe crossing areas. So there really is not a need to have these properties so close to the Arbutus Grove properties. I think staff really needs to look at this along with the developer and have that moved and keep the back area open so that we're not looking into each other's bedrooms and living rooms. The shade report really needs to be done. We've done it ourselves, but if staff want to do it to assure themselves that it was done correctly for the winter, that really needs to be done, and that will affect what greenery gets grown along the fence line and how fast it does or doesn't grow. The fact that it wasn't done since November, and there has been plenty of shade days to be done, is puzzling why it was not done. So I really encourage staff to read our report and really seriously consider all our concerns. I would really encourage this go back to staff, and that communication between all the neighbors who are affected by these and the upcoming developments and the variances that will be imposed and requested be taken very seriously in the neighborhood development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go back to Municipal Hall. Although I recognize there's another hand up online, but if there's anyone in Municipal Hall that would like to speak, you can raise your hand. Come forward and leave your mask on until you're at the podium, and then take it off and just state your name and your neighborhood or address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Councilors. My name is Heather Jalak, and I'm a homeowner living on Unit 7 at Arbutus Grove. I'm here to echo the concerns of my neighbors regarding the revised development permit application and variance requests. I want to begin by saying that I do appreciate the desire for development and the need for providing additional housing options for a rapidly growing community. And I was pleased to hear about your goals of minimizing the impact on the neighborhoods as a district goal of gentle diversification or densification. Having said that, as echoed by my neighbors, we have significant concerns around the proposed variances. These have all been outlined in our memo addressing concerns around privacy, natural light, and mature trees. While the development will not directly impact my unit, I am concerned about the precedent it will set, particularly around the setback. Just under 2 years ago, we all of us in this room were reminded about the importance of space and mental well-being. I will never forget the phrase, "stay 6 feet apart." While this proposal has nothing to do with social distancing in this context, it does remind me of the importance of space and well-being. While the variance of 9.1 to 6.5 meters setback, or basically 2.5 meters or 8 feet 6 inches, may not seem immediately material, its overall impact is actually material on our complex. The townhouses within our complex have huge, massive windows. These are very unique, and while they let light in, they will also allow new neighbors to peer directly and completely into our kitchens and living rooms, because they're all open plan, as well as our master bedrooms. So with that, I'll keep it short and sweet. I kindly consider I ask council to kindly consider to send back the request to staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else at Municipal Hall that would like to speak? Come forward, state your name and neighborhood. Leave your mask on until you get to the podium, please. And you've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it really short. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for your time. I'd just like to say I'd like to support, mimic what.
Did you state your name?
Sorry, Chaz Wells at 38447 Arbutus Grove. I just wanted to say, mimic and echo, echo what my neighbors have said in terms of privacy and shade. I guess again, puzzlement, I guess, is staff did bring up during their presentation other areas that, in terms of variances up in University Heights and some other areas, trying to justify the reduction in the variance. So I don't understand why when we have the Wilson Crescent guideline already in place, why is staff referring to those setbacks that have been used at other developments? So I guess my question is why isn't staff using the Wilson Crescent guidelines for this development and referring to some other setback variances that have been approved? So, again, the units are, again, unique. They are tall. With it being so close to each other, the shade will be a big impact. They're 3-story buildings, so they're quite tall. So the shade will be quite a big impact. And again, there seems to be more emphasis on the interior of the development that's being done and less about what's happening on the exterior of the development. So I just, again, we're not against the project. We just like, in terms of, I think Squamish is a great place to live, and I'd like to see lots of great facilities for people to live in. Just that I think that this property could be built within the area that exists. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So we'll go online now.
Next is Haley Moulton. Haley, you have 5 minutes to address council, and if you could please state your name and neighborhood for the record. You can go ahead now.
Hi everyone, my name is Haley. I also live at Arbutus Grove. I will keep this short and sweet because I think my neighbors have put together a lot of great documentation and photos that showcase the changes and the variances and how they'll impact our quality of life here. But I do just want to show support and say I'm also concerned primarily with the shade report or the lack of shade report that was done in the winter, and also just how the natural light will impact our main living areas and also the main living areas for the new development and for those future residents. So I think that's something that really needs to be taken into consideration. So I'll keep it at that because everybody else has taken my speaking points tonight, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. So we don't have any more hands up online. I'm just going to come back to Municipal Hall and see if there's any last speakers here. Yep, come forward. State your name and neighborhood for the record.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Houston. I live at 38447 Buckley Ave, Arbutus Grove. Thank you to council for your time tonight. I wanted to touch on two issues, but one of them was the mature trees. I think they are affected by the setback variances. They're mostly on the periphery of the property. And I didn't fully appreciate till the last hearing how, I guess, how little they'll be protected both in this development and maybe in all future developments in Wilson Crescent. And if something isn't done to think about this, like it is a beautiful leafy neighborhood right now. And I think we know intuitively that mature trees are different than new trees and their impacts are greater on our well-being and on ecosystem health. If something isn't done, there's not going to be any trees left. So I hope that council considers that tonight and in the future. I wanted to also address, I think, what this development represents and what these variance requests represent to me. I want to say, first of all, it is a beautiful development plan. I've looked at the pictures. It's lovely. The common space in the middle would really improve the quality of life, perhaps, of the residents living there. But those are private amenities, and they're only accessible to the people who are living there. And what I find quite troubling is that in order to provide those private amenities, the developer is asking to infringe on the neighbor's privacy, natural light, and just general feeling of openness and space. And those are public values, and they're protected by public instruments like the zoning bylaws and the neighborhood plan. And so far, I guess this alternate we saw tonight is the first time I've ever heard of any solutions that don't involve that infringement on the public. And I find that really troubling here. I'm glad Councillor French asked the question about the variances at Arbutus Grove because I can tell you that actually it's the side variance is the rear of our properties, and that's one of the reasons it's such an issue right now because we are so close because of the way those lots are designed. And I think that emphasizes the fact that development really has to be done carefully and thoughtfully, and the future has to be thought about with each project. Also, last time, I just wanted to point council to the table that we've provided at the end of our written submission. Last time there was some conversation about whether, the horse is out of the barn already in Wilson Crescent, whether it's appropriate to approve variances or the precedent has already been set. We gathered some information on recent similar sized developments, and I think if you look at it, what you'll see is there hasn't been a time before in Wilson Crescent where the developer has asked to take this much from the neighbors for the new residents of the new development. So that's all I had to say tonight. In closing, like my neighbors, I also support sustainable development. I do think it is really important for where we need to go for our future, but I think it's important that it's done responsibly and equitably with a thought to the community as a whole and the ecosystem health going forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone left at Municipal Hall that wishes to speak to these variances this evening? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. We've got one hand online, and then council, I'll just come to you if you've got any questions.
Hi there. We have Robert Forsyth again next. I believe he wants to speak a second time, but I'd like to check with him. Mayor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to speak again?
Yes, if it was possible just to use up a little bit more of my time, just to speak a second time. I'm been a little bit out of the game for a while here, but I kind of thought that when we ask a question to be answered specifically during the public hearing, we usually have an opportunity to have the expert on the subject. So again, my question from the original that still hasn't been discussed, was just sort of overlooked, is and perhaps the owner of the development would be able to speak on this, or perhaps whoever's the involved with the project from the municipal side of the planning department. But literally, what sort of financial, what's the justification for these changes and for all of this infringement on the neighbors' financial and privacy and just everything that's been stated tonight in disagreement. They don't disagree, from what I understand, the residents in the neighborhood with the actual development. They just disagree with the infringement on their rights, and they're also asking for some transparency. So I'm sort of asking for the transparency as well. Is that, is there a bottom dollar? Is this what's benefiting the developer by spreading out their property and encroaching the neighbors? Is it, are they going to be benefiting $1 million from this? Are they going to be able to compensate all of the different people with the financial compensation? Here's $20,000 each for encroaching on your property. Have these type of discussions taken place? And these are the kind of things that I'm kind of wondering, because usually we have a give-take scenario, but it would be awfully nice if it was a win-win scenario for all three parties, the district included. And so that's just the kind of question that I have. And, have there been any sort of, what is it that we're actually, by encroaching on our neighbors with these developments that are going to continue to happen, and the developers' pursuit to capture as much money from their development, square footage wise, there has to be some sort of a balance. And I'm just maybe not fully aware of the standard process, and maybe I'm just up in la la land, but it just seems that this really is bound down to dollars. And has that dollar number ever even been discussed? Because I'm assuming that the homeowners, which everybody's been really concerned about their privacy, but the bottom line is there's quite a potential loss of value of their properties, and that's the bottom dollar here. We can't be allowing developments to incur costs on our neighbors, especially if it doesn't outweigh the benefits, and all parties win. But anyway, that's where, if it can be addressed tonight, I would appreciate that. But if our questions can't be addressed tonight, so that we leave this meeting fully understanding and satisfied that our council has done their due diligence with their staff and providing staff with direction. If we can't leave today, then I again recommend that this goes back to staff and there's proper deliberations with all of the people that are involved directly, and more conversation with the rest of the community as well, because we're all concerned about the rapid expansion that's currently taking place. And anyway, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for my time. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth. Just for clarity, this is not a public hearing. This is a DP with variances in which the public has an opportunity to speak. And it's important to remember that presentations to council are your submissions of your thoughts and ideas, but it is not a question and answer session. Should council have questions based on the submissions, they do have an opportunity to ask staff about them. So I hope that clears it up. All right, council, I will come to you to see if you do have any clarifying questions for staff before we begin our deliberations. I'll go to Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you, the Chair. A clarifying question for staff. In the presentation, there was a schematic of what the developer would propose if the variances were not approved. And it included the removal of the 2-meter statutory right-of-way for the sidewalk. And I'm just curious if staff can speak to that. My understanding was that new development was required to build a sidewalk. So why would that be why would we not see that in a general development? Or is that being, and as a result, is that being offered kind of as a value add in exchange for the variances in this situation?
Mr. Prahala, do you want to take this one or do you want Mr. Valeniskis to? I saw him pop up. Okay, I'll go to Mr. Valeniskis.
Sure. Thank you. That's a good question. And I think Mr. Prahala mentioned that in the presentation that there's simply we don't have enough room for all the infrastructure that we ideally would need on Wilson Crescent. And so the sidewalk is only possible if the owner of the property gives up some land essentially. And with a development permit process or building a permit process, we don't have any authority to ask for property. We could, if it was a rezoning or something like that, we'd certainly negotiate that. But in the development permit process, the only leverage which we have is when there's a variance involved, and that gives the district some discretion. And so this is an offer essentially to provide the pocket park with a public right of way and the improvements and the sidewalk and the land that comes with that sidewalk.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify on the trees, and I think I asked some of the questions last time maybe, but if I understand things, if we opted to reject this proposal, the developer could then go ahead on the version without variances. Is there anything to protect trees currently other than the trees and soils bylaw, or it would be down to that bylaw?
Correct. The only way to protect the trees would be through the tree bylaw. And I believe there's a process where the tree management bylaw defines significant trees as any tree with a diameter of 80 meters. Oh, sorry. The tree management bylaw defines any significant tree as with a diameter of 80 centimeters or more when measured from a height of 1.4 meters above natural grade. And then if that is the case, I believe there are, if a significant tree is removed, there are several things that the developer needs to do to replace that tree.
Okay, thank you. And just, I get confused, especially when the properties are oriented like this between side, front, rear setbacks and interior and so on. Can you just clarify that the shared property line, I take it the current bylaw is 9.5 meter setback for this property. The proposal is 4.57. On the Arbutus side, what is the current setback on the shared property line? Is that what Councillor French asked? That's the same one. Okay, sorry, I just wasn't clear which lines we're talking about. The nod from my colleague clarified it for me. Thank you.
It's the rear setback for this development. It's the side setback for Arbutus Grove. Yeah, okay. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Just make sure, are there any other hands? No, not online. Anybody in Municipal Hall? Oh wait, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Tonight we saw a shade study from the neighbors, and I'm curious how staff considers these shade pieces, because we are in a tight valley, and this maybe more in the general sense, like what would you see in a shade report that would make you recommend changes to the development, or maybe a height below maximum would be appropriate for a certain spot, or any number of sort of knock-on effects from that? Like what does that look like as these come through? Sometimes when I look at it, I can see that, oh, well, any new structure is going to impact well, nearly everything as we get in, as the shortest day of the years, the sun's very low in the sky and there's not a lot of opportunity for natural light. So yeah, just sort of, I guess in the general sense, without picking apart the shade report or what time of year it was done or all the rest of it, but like, what's a red flag that would jump out at you in this process for a shade report?
Through the mayor, I'd like to pass that on to my director.
Sure. That's a great question again. I think that it often depends on, what is what's the property next door where the shade is occurring. And generally what we look for is, what is the overall impact throughout the year. I think that we assume that there is going to be some impact, especially in the darker winter months where there is not a lot of sunshine out there. So what we, the areas we focus on normally is, is there for throughout the year, are there periods, when in most seasons there's a decent amount of light going through so that the shade is not impacting the space? How much of that space is getting impacted by the shade? But it somewhat depends, if we're talking to a small park that's next to a development, or if we're talking about another residential use, having some shade is essentially unavoidable in multifamily settings. That will happen, and it will particularly happen in the winter months when it's the shading conditions are the worst. So it's it's a bit assumed that some shading will be incurred.
You good? Council, anything else? Councilor Pango.
Yeah, just there's a reference to a bylaw, some bylaw changes that are in progress. Would the developer have the option of sitting on this, regardless of our decision tonight, and bringing this forward under new bylaws? Or are they sort of obligated to move forward with this? I take it if they want to wait, they can, and move forward under the old under any new bylaws.
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
Council, any other questions? Okay, I saw a hand from a member of the audience here. Come forward.
Just very quickly, in response to some of the questions about trees and bushes and commentary.
We're just speaking to the variances tonight?
Yes, I know.
So I'm not sure how the trees relate to the variances. So you need to be quite clear about that.
Well, the trees provide privacy, and they're the current whatever it is that's in place to protect mature or unique trees does not take into account bushes as well, mature bushes such as rhododendrons. The trees and bushes that are out there are deciduous, some of them, so they provide shade in the summer and light in the winter, which also, when they're gone, they're completely gone. A building doesn't change. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, is there anybody online with a hand?
Mayor Elliott, I suspect Robert Forsyth may be back again. I'm not 100% sure if he hasn't lowered his hand from before, so I will check. Robert, are you there? Hi, Robert. Did you wish to speak again?
Okay, I saw another hand here in City Hall. Come forward. And if you're making a second submission, if you could make sure that it is new information that we haven't heard yet on these variances.
So it seems troubling to think that there has to be an impact, and that, and also to get the sidewalk, then we're going to suffer at the back there with a closer building. That's a pretty big, ugly pill to swallow. If I was a developer, what would I do? Well, what about just building in the southern 2/3 of the block, and then everyone's happy, and then developer would be happy, they'd be making some money, the council would be happy, or the town would be happy, we'd be getting some more housing, and we'd be happy as well. We'd get some sun and privacy and open space. And in addition, that looking at the staff report to council tonight is very pro developer development, but you can see there's a lot of ideas, and I'd say, if I can be so shrewd to say, there's some good ideas coming from us, the residents, and so maybe planning and the residents, we can work in synergy. Because what's happened now, there's a plan that comes up with a developer and staff. We don't know about it, and we have to rebook it. So there's, did I say that right? There's a construction of a plan, and then we have to deconstruct it. It's a funny process. So we're very much on the defensive here. And also, last point, I don't think there's a rush to get this done. Yes, the developer can come back, and there's some bylaws coming, possibly. But yeah, this is a big thing for us. This is huge. We're just going to have this big wall in front of us. It's not pretty. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, so I think we're good. One more. Go ahead, Ms. Marie.
Jackie, you are up for a second time. If you could please state your name and neighborhood for the record again, and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jackie Menezes, Unit 1, 38447 Buckley Avenue, Arbutus Grove. I just would like clarification because it just kind of got lost in the conversation. The variances bylaws are coming up, and what are those variance bylaws? Will that make it easier to have greater variances for a developer, so that if this developer wanted to wait and sit this one out and build it when the variance laws become easier, they could do that? That's my question. And also, speaking to Robert's issue, that I too thought, if we have any effect on the value of our properties, what is the conversation? Because these variances are being brought in to allow the infrastructure to be built that the municipality should have put into a proper neighborhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's no more speakers online, Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. Just last call for speakers in Municipal Hall or online. If you're speaking for a second or third time, please make sure that your submission is new information related to the variances.
Robert, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Just last time, thank you, Jackie, for reiterating that there's always a loss with these types of developments, and there's always a reason, obviously. It's the transparency that I really have an issue with. And what I've heard from all of the different people that are in direct having issues with this. I haven't heard anybody in
Forsyth,
support.
can you please speak to the variances, the 5 variances in front of council?
That's fine, ma'am. I just wanted to thank everybody and just thank for all the hard work that everybody has done on this. I just think that, again, council should reconsider moving this forward to this particular venture until there's been full transparent communication between all the parties involved. And that's all I would. And I'm glad to see Councillor Stoner. Congratulations on your newborn. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Any further last hands here in City Hall? All right, seeing none. Council, I turn it over to you for your deliberations. It's quite a lengthy motion that includes the consolidation of the 2 lots, the statutory right-of-way, the Section 219 restricted covenant, the registration of a railway noise and vibration covenant, registration of a flood covenant on title, and blocking for grab bars provided in the washrooms and powder rooms, plus the 5 variants we've considered tonight. So that's the motion staff have recommended. Councillor Pettengill.
I move to refer this back to staff.
Councillor Race? That's seconded. Councillor Pettengill, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn here. I think, I guess my concern is, I'm hearing the concerns of the community, of the neighborhood, I should say. And I think there is some risk with this. The developer can just go ahead without the variances. But I'm trying to pay attention to what we've heard from the neighborhood. I do have some concerns that this will not resolve. Actually, the development might be better with some of these variances. And some of the things like trees and so on, we aren't able to address with this, except, I do regret that there wasn't more communication between the developer and the neighbors to figure out something a little more collaborative in the interim of what I'd like to see everyone come together. And maybe that's being overly optimistic. So, we will see, and this will move ahead without the variances, or maybe there's a little bit of window for people to come together on something that makes sense for everyone.
Councillor Race.
Thank you. And I'm going to support this motion. I will say initially, because the comment came up on the role of staff in these types of presentations, and it's not staff's role to take sides in a development proposal. It is staff's role to accurately state policy to council so that council can make their decisions. And I think that's been done in this case. So I don't have concerns with what staff has or has not done. There are several concerns of the the speakers we've heard from that I don't think necessarily decide the issue for me. I've heard about loss of views. I can tell you I went to law school at a time when the West End in Vancouver was going through a building boom, and there were all kinds of complaints of existing little houses finding themselves all of a sudden behind 20 and 30-story towers. And court decisions were quite consistent at that time that there is no right to a view. There's concerns about shade, and we saw some sketches of the shade impact, which are taken at one of the shortest daylight periods of the year. There's times in the downtown area when it's in shade almost the whole day. So there is no right to sunshine, and I agree with our director of planning that almost every development we see will at some time during the span of a year and different times of the day have some impact on shade. either on itself from other buildings or by itself on other buildings. So to me, that is something to think about, but it is not a determining issue. The privacy issue is always a concern, but I can tell you, I live in a single family home in Garibaldi Highlands, and I have some rooms where I keep the drapes closed. I think these are all just a fact of urban living. We don't necessarily get to live in isolation when we're living in even single family neighborhoods or more dense neighborhoods. I don't have a difficulty with the front setback that's proposed. I don't have a difficulty with number 4 or number 5 that are proposed. But I do have a difficulty with the side yard and the backyard setback. And we have variances, or not variances, we have setbacks, I think, for a reason. And it separates properties. It also reduces some of the cramped feeling that we can feel in developments, particularly multifamily. In some cases, there's fire separation reasons. I don't think the fire issue is pertinent here, but I think there certainly is an impact on the variances that are requested for the setbacks of the side, not for the existing home perhaps, but for future development that might locate there. And there's certainly an impact for the rear yard setback on the adjoining property. And we've heard from, I think, practically all of the residents of that property. And I agree, there would be certainly, I thought that's a considerable variance that's requested, about 10 feet. It will reduce, not eliminate, the amount of shade that's cast. It may improve some of the views, but certainly won't completely open up all the views. But I think it certainly has an impact to the ambiance of the neighborhood. And we consider variances in the course of our council duties from time to time, and there's a variety of different reasons for them. Sometimes there's an oddly shaped lot. Sometimes there's a geographic, like a rock bluff or something like that, that's in the middle of a yard that forces a building to go to one side or the other. Sometimes there are variances with minimal impact. I don't think these variances requested fit into any of those categories. There is, I think, a significant impact. And this lot, or these lots, these 2 lots together, provide what I would call one of the easiest and best building lots, arguably, in our town. All rectangular and almost square, easy to fit a development within it if you design the development to fit within it. So I think that's what we have to go back to, is design a development to fit within the variances. The variants have reasons. They're there for a reason. And the bylaw that's just been mentioned, where they might be reduced, has not passed yet. And after this experience, who knows what will happen with it. But for these reasons, I am not prepared to support the issue of a DP and would refer it back to staff and the proponent to perhaps redesign the project.
I'm not going to support the motion on the table. I think that the Wilson Crescent neighborhood is an old and existing neighborhood, and it was built for cars, not for people. And so one of the things that we have to be mindful of is finding ways to incorporate sidewalks into that horseshoe. And we have to do that from the private property. We don't have room in the road right of way to create a pedestrian and biking realm and leave room for the circulation of cars. So this council didn't create this problem, but we are working hard in a lot of our existing neighborhoods to fix this problem, where now we want to build walkable neighborhoods and neighborhoods built for active transportation. It was not the case when much of Squamish was designed and built. We have whole subdivisions without sidewalks. So this is one of the fundamental things that we need to negotiate, even at the DP level, to capture that sidewalk and some of the public realm. And I think that this developer has acknowledged that they can improve privacy with the hedge at the back. that the setbacks, while varied, provide for a good amount of distance between the two developments. It also provides public realm space. It provides interior quality space for a multifamily development. It's important to have eyes on playgrounds. So having 5 units looking at kids playing is much, much better than 2 based on my own experience. And I think the other piece that we can't forget is that we also get 3 additional improvements to the Wilson Crescent Horseshoe in terms of road improvements for pedestrians, as well as some of the pieces we're looking for around restrictive covenants with regard to fossil fuels. So I think that the changes that have been made, while not perfect, certainly I think balance the needs of the neighborhood as a whole with the need for the quality of development we're looking for on each individual lot. And so I'm not in favor of returning it to staff. Councillor Stoner, Councillor French, then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I also will not be supporting the motion on the floor. I hear from the folks, the immediate neighbors who will be directly affected by this. I think that the concerns are noted, but I don't think that the impact of the variances are so significant that they are a determining factor here. I think that even without the variances, there will still be impact on privacy, there'll be impact on shading. And in terms of the feel between neighbors and neighboring buildings, which is why we have setbacks, we're still seeing 12.72 meters between buildings. That's over 40 feet, which I think does create a lot of space. I do think in exchange, what we're seeing from the proposal is that we do get those amenities for the greater neighborhood, which have been identified as key priorities in the Wilson Crescent neighborhood plan. The sidewalk in particular, I can't count how many letters we've received to council requesting sidewalks through Wilson Crescent, and this is the way that we are able to secure that. As well as the open parklet on the front, I think will be a very well-used space by everybody. So although I appreciate that sometimes these things require giving and taking a little bit, I do think that the development permit with variances as proposed is a fair trade-off for the future residents, the current residents of this site, of the neighboring site, and as the neighborhood as a whole, as outlined in the neighborhood microplan. So I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. Development permit applications like this one, where a multifamily development is proposed with a lot line shared by existing multifamily units, are definitely challenging. And in this case, the landowner making the request came to us initially with variance requests that I would categorize as bold. And I heard the feedback the first time around when we initially discussed the project and empathized with the existing owners in the neighborhood. The applicant clearly heard the concerns as well from the existing neighborhood and from the residents, and the concerns expressed by council in the first go around. And my thought is that the owner has come back with adjustments that I believe at minimum attempt to address the initial concerns. And I'll add as well that I was surprised by the hand-drawn developer sketch that we saw in the staff presentation. It left me feeling like the developer might have been prepared to take even bigger steps to address the privacy concerns of the neighbors. Bottom line for me, though, is I think that the proposal that we've got in front of us can work, and I will not be supporting the motion.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I will be speaking in favor of the motion. The specific variances I'm most concerned about are the ones referred to by Councillor Race at the side and the rear. I think that the issue for me that needs work or review I would suggest is the reducing the size or changing the location of the amenity space within the development. The staff report cites that the private and functional, to quote, private and functional outdoor space will provide benefits to residents, but I think that there's some other issues here, another context for it. And then I will refer to the comments made by Ms. Houston that we have private amenities in the interior of the compound is being the emphasis, also suggested by Chaz Wells. And this is impacting the public realm as well as neighbors' equitability. The section of the Wilson Crescent area guidelines 4.3a, a demonstrated need for the variance to permit reasonable use of the property. And here I think that this same issue needs to be interpreted here. There's a context for that particular guideline that suggests that there's interior, exterior, public realm. It needs an equitability lens. I was myself involved in the Wilson Crescent microplan engagement process, and I was before on council and addressing values in this area, which I've known all my life. Values that are heritage related, natural values, but also I think that I'm convinced that the Arbutus Grove complex, which pre-existed that plan, there are some values in that that complex and in other parts of the area that need to be considered. Maybe it has been pointed out, maybe there simply is too much ambition here with density for this lot. That may be, I don't know, but I do suggest that I would like to see a review of the massing, that the position of the outdoor amenity. Finally, I think, as has been suggested by some of our correspondents, we do have to consider what we're doing community-wide. We have to make multifamily developments work as a viable alternative, if you like, but we need to do this right. And here I think we have some lessons and some puzzles to solve that will do us, we will be well done to consider them carefully. I would finally like to make a general comment on what I consider to be a too general categoric observation, and that is that Wilson Crescent was built for cars, not people, and that is simply not true. I grew up in another neighborhood which had no sidewalks. It still doesn't. And yes, we were poor then as a community, and we didn't have big developers and different packages to produce sidewalks. But the whole context of car use has also changed, and also the habits of walking, the safety of walking. We never had people being driven to school, and it's a whole world that has changed. It is simply too simplistic to suggest that the older Squamish neighborhoods were built for cars. That is simply not true. And I think we should be careful to apply such very general observations in our specific plans for neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm speaking of support in the motion on the floor. This project and this property and sort of the interaction of these two properties, it is challenging. If we had both, rear setback to rear setback, there'd be lots of space to work with and to sort of shimmy things around. But the interaction of this project and the rear setback of this project to the interior side setback of the neighbors at 38447 Buckley creates some challenges. In sort of the reasoning behind staff's reasoning behind supporting the variance, sent up a little bit of a red flag with me, which is presupposing the outcome of a public process that we are entering that we are into as we look at changing the requirements of various zones, including the setbacks. So I think that we need to look at what's there today as far from a regulatory standpoint until that change has happened. Maybe I'd have a different opinion if we were looking at rear setback to rear setback, again, where there's some space to work with. Also, the variances in general, I'll run through the list here. So I spoke to the rear setback, the front setback. I don't really have a big issue with. I did think that between last time we saw this, I expected more of a change, and thinking about not only the neighbors, which are many of them are here today or called in, but also the prospective owners of these new townhomes to through design or orientation or otherwise to really make that that privacy piece front and center, particularly for those rear, the ones at the back. But now this development, if when it finds a form that can go forward, we'll need to consider the neighbors heading sort of further west. Also worth noting, these two properties make up roughly a third of the property line to that northern, to their northern neighbor. So we've got 2/3 of the way to go down that block over time, and it needs to be done correctly from the opening move. So I think there's more work to be done here, sorry, I'm just reading through the list. Oh, the structure, I don't have a problem with those accessory buildings. I think that's fine. But for me, this that rear setback and really needs to be addressed, whether that's through and privacy. So whether that's through layout or and maybe it'd be suitable, but I haven't seen enough here to show me that that's been contemplated besides the 1 meter move, which I don't think is enough at this point. Thank you.
Any further comments? Thank you, Council, for your comments. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Mayor Elliott, Councillor Stoner, Councillor French, opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Welcome back. We're now on item 8A1, District of Squamish zoning bylaw. This is amendment bylaw for 37799 and 37781 Second Avenue. And I will turn it over to Mr. Daly for the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Daly, Development and Subdivision Coordinator with Community Planning. Tonight, I'm here to present a rezoning application at 37781 and 37799 Second Avenue for consideration of first reading. The subject properties are located at 37781 and 37799 Second Avenue and are zoned light industrial. 37781 Second Avenue is currently developed with a single unit dwelling and an accessory building. 37799 is currently vacant. Neighboring properties are also zoned light industrial, and a property that shares the laneway to the southwest is zoned MUD 2. This application proposes to rezone the subject properties from light industrial to MUD 2 to facilitate the development of a 4-story mixed-use building. The development includes 2,600 square feet of employment space on the ground floor.
Mr. Daly, can I just stop you?
Yep.
Councillor Stoner, is there a question?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not able to see the presentation.
Hold on.
See my settings.
You can see it. It's on our public screen. So Harley, it's streaming. Could be your settings, Councillor Stoner.
I will work on that. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Daly.
This application proposes to rezone the subject properties from light industrial to creative mixed-use district MUD 2 to facilitate the development of a 4-story mixed-use building. The development includes 2,600 square feet of employment space on the ground floor, 3,800 square feet of employment space and 2,900 square feet of outdoor amenity space on the second floor and 20 apartment dwelling units on the third and fourth floors. The unit mix includes 12 one-bedroom units, 4 two-bedroom units, and 4 three-bedroom units, and is consistent with the inclusive housing policies in Section 12.2D of the Official Community Plan. The project intends to take advantage of the rental density bonus in the MUD 2 zone. 4 of the units, 2 one-bedroom, 1 two-bedroom, and 1 three-bedroom, will be secured as market rental, which represents 20% of the residential units and meets the rental density bonus requirements of the MUD 2 zone. The applicant is committing to constructing the building to a net zero energy efficiency standard and that no gas will be provided to any of the units in the building, including the non-residential space. This project would represent the first net zero mixed use or apartment building proposed in Squamish. Parking will be accessed off the lane between 2nd and 3rd Avenue and meets the requirements of the downtown parking standards in the zoning bylaw. The proponent is proposing to provide 5 commercial parking spaces and provide cash in lieu for the remaining 7 required spaces to be collected at the development permit stage. The proponent has also committed to providing a level 2 electric vehicle charger for each of the required 20 residential parking stalls. This rezoning application is proposing 3 minor changes to the MUD 2 zone. The first change is to maximum lot coverage to increase the allowable lot coverage from 60% to 65%. Given the small lot sizes in the downtown south neighborhood, staff are supportive of this increase in lot coverage to allow for more flexibility in development design. Presently, the lower lot coverage in the zone has led to open surface parking dominating the remaining 40% of the lot. The second change to lot coverage is to allow for enclosed parking areas to be exempted from lot coverage, provided that accessible open space is provided above the enclosed parking area. This also allows for increased design flexibility as the required parking spaces can be enclosed and publicly accessible open space is created above the parkade, which this development is proposing. Staff see this as an improved option over an open surface parking lot. The final change proposed is to remove the reference to industrial use in the height bonus section. There is currently a height bonus in the MUD 2 zone to increase the maximum height to 15.6 meters when 75% of the ground floor ceiling height exceeds 5 meters for the purpose of industrial use. Staff are proposing to maintain this height bonus, but to no longer tie it to an industrial use only. This will allow for more flexibility for future users, but maintain the taller ceiling height should an industrial user be interested in the space. The off-street parking and off-street loading sections have also been amended to remove the specific reference to 39E3A, which I was just speaking about, and because that use is no longer tied specifically to the industrial height bonus. This application triggers the community amenity contribution policy. The applicant has proposed the following offer, which meets the policy for a multifamily residential or mixed-use rezoning application that proposes less than 50 dwelling units. A cash in lieu contribution for critical amenities of $183,340. For the active transportation component, they're proposing to provide $12,774 to be allocated towards funding for a streetscape design for 2nd Avenue, and a cash in lieu amount of $6,387 for the parks component for a total contribution of $202,501, which meets the CAC policy. In addition to the CAC contributions, the applicant is proposing the following additional amenities: a commitment to build the project to a net zero energy standard, a commitment to provide electric vehicle chargers at each residential parking stall, to employ rainwater retention and reuse technologies in the design of the building, and to provide public art on the east elevation of the building. To inform the community, the project was posted on the district's development showcase, and a development sign has been posted at the site. No comments or requests for public information meetings have been received to date. So given that this is the first time this project has been presented to council, if council has comments or concerns that they feel need to be addressed prior to second reading, then staff recommend that the bylaw number 2864 be given first reading and that council direct staff to work on any comments prior to second reading. Alternatively, if council does not feel there are any major comments or concerns that need to be addressed with this application, staff recommend giving bylaw 2864 first and second reading and scheduling a public hearing for March 15th. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Council, any questions? Councilor Reese and Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. So the commercial area, I'm just looking at, could you put the first, that one's fine. So is the commercial area the glass part? Because in behind that is the parking. Am I reading that correctly?
Through the mayor, that is correct. So the front portion of the building has the taller ceiling height, the 5-meter tall ceiling. I actually have the architectural drawings. I can pull them up if that's helpful. So that glass facade, or the glass that you saw in the lower portion, this area here is, this gray area is the commercial space on the ground floor. It has the 5-meter tall ceiling height. And then the parking is in behind here, as you can see. There is employment space as well on the second story, but it is open to below in the front here, so it's not as visible on the elevations. If I go back to the renderings here, it'd be easier to show. Apologies. So there's the employment space on the second story. You can see opens up to the proposed shared open space on the rear of the building, and then this area here comprises the whole ground floor commercial space.
Thank you.
Councilor Anderson.
Mr. Daly, my question concerns one of the amenity items, the public art. Provide public art on the east elevation of the building. Now, in the development of public art generally in the community would be assisted by a couple of things: a mature tendering process and competition. This is looking at developments elsewhere, and we're still new in developing our public art programs. Now, our current public art policies involve the Arts Council playing an administrative role, say in tendering for projects only on public projects, public space. Here we have a private property and a privately sponsored public art initiative. Is it possible to, or can it be considered to introduce to the proposed amenity on public art that the developer utilize the Arts Council and the tendering process and administrative process that would go along with using that agency? We have a lot of investment in public art, mostly private and mostly outside of the current policy that applies to public realm. I wonder if you could speak to that, whether we could introduce that into the amenity provision.
Stop sharing your slides for a moment. Thanks.
My apologies. So through the mayor, that is a discussion that could be had with the developer. It would be up to them to agree or not to agree to introducing that process into their public art design. I'm not sure how far along they've gotten in that design phase yet, so it's certainly a conversation that could be had.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair to staff, I'm just curious about the proposed change to the MUD 2 zone with regards to removing the reference to industrial use. And my sense is that that's there in order to try and protect and encourage the use of industrial uses in those types of spaces. So why are staff proposing that we remove that reference and open it up for greater flexibility, knowing that we have a limited amount of industrial space across the district?
Through the mayor, the rationale for that is to allow for flexibility in this building design. A 5-meter ceiling height is also appropriate for other uses such as commercial and things like that. And obviously, there's limited industrial space. However, we want to encourage activated streetscapes as well, especially in this location on the corner of 2nd and Vancouver. So we were just trying to increase the flexibility for future users. Otherwise, the building would be built, if the building is built with the height bonus and the future owner is having trouble finding an industrial tenant that wants that space, it would be left empty until they could find an industrial user, which I suppose would create additional industrial space. But we're just trying to increase the flexibility in the zoning to allow for different uses to occur on the ground floor.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner. Any other questions from council? Councillor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. And could you clarify that particular change, just to sort of go on this point a little bit, doesn't preclude an industrial use or just doesn't require it? Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Is this lot coverage similar to anything else we've approved in the mud zone?
The CD, I forget the exact number, the Pod Hotel development, it was also 65% lot coverage.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions for staff. So there is the motion on our agenda, which is first reading, and also a alternative recommendation, which is 2 readings and scheduling the public hearing. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'll move 2 readings and I'll speak to it if it's seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Race. Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. This is an interesting proposal, and it seems to tick a lot of boxes for me. Listening to the discussion after it's presented amongst council, I didn't see a lot of questions, and so I think it's appropriate to go to give it 2 readings at this time and schedule a public hearing. I was happy to see the inclusion of so many things that we've been working on here as a council. So net zero, the combination of commercial spaces and residential spaces. I think this will really contribute to our towards all of our goals we have as a community, both housing and environmental and economic with the commercial spaces. And so I'm happy to support at this time and appreciate in advance everyone else's support. Thank you.
Councillor Race. And Councillor French and Anderson.
Thank you. I'll also be supporting first 2 readings. I think when I think of this area, I think this is the kind of land use proposal that we want to encourage. And like Councillor Herford, it does tick a lot of the boxes for me. A mix of residential, potentially industrial, commercial. So there's employment, residential. And it's also a rather innovative design, I have to say, and kind of excited about the thought of it being the first, I guess what it was called, zero. I forget the term was used now. Net zero, there we are. I had the 0, right? First net zero commercial building we have. So I think it's interesting from that perspective as well. So happy to support this.
Did I say Councillor French, then Anderson, then Pettengill?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm keen to see this project proceed to a public hearing, and a question that is front of my mind on this proposal is how those close to the proposed development feel about the parking plan. That aside, though, I support moving this forward, and I'll be voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'll also be in support of this motion. I think this is a potential reference project. It sets the pace in a number of different spheres. We'll learn more and hear more when we go to public hearing. I agree with Councillor French that the issue of parking would deserve some attention and discussion. I wanted to make the observation that I support also the initiative in the change to the MUD 2 zone. However, I would would prefer to see some reference to, or can we make some reference to, our employment space modeling work? I believe that that work has its most easy, direct use for issues such as what we have in front of us here. For the light industrial and commercial space, this is where the modeling can be most effective and is more easy to be effective. Where we're having problems on industrial space is more traditional light industry and medium industrial, where the modeling is more difficult to implement. So I would like to see some reference to that space modeling if staff believe that it could illuminate the issue for us as to the choice we're making here. Thank you.
Councillor Pettengill, I feel this was designed for you in a way, so I look forward to your comments.
Yeah, I will be supporting this one. It does tick a lot of boxes, like my colleagues have said. The one thing I do regret in this is the amount of space dedicated to parking. I think it works against the parking challenges we have, but there's so much to appreciate about this design and how it's been done that I'm glad to support it. And I just want to highlight that, we do hear that electric or renewable isn't possible in larger multi-unit buildings with commercial and so on and so forth. And I think we have our first example here, maybe not our first example tonight, or our only example tonight, but our first example here where we see it can be done, and it's what we have to do. And so I'm glad to see projects doing that here. So a lot to like about this. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I will support the motion on the floor. Happy to see this have both readings and go to public hearing. I do think it's an innovative proposal. I'm curious to hear from the public on it, if there's insights from neighbors in the community. I think the MUD 2 zone has always been a little bit of a challenge for me in terms of trying to envision what it will actually look like at build out from the way that it had been written. And so I think it's exciting to actually see some development proposals come forward under that zoning and start to really wrap our heads around what that zone will look like as it builds out. So hopefully we'll get some comments and feedback in the public hearing as we see these developments in the MUD 2 zone come forward. Thank you.
Councillor Herford, did you have anything? Oh, you already spoke to it. It was memorable. Yeah. Councillor Anderson, did I see your hand?
Yes, Mayor Elliott, thank you. I had neglected another point I wish to make, and that is part of the context of this development is the Squamish Terminal's truck route. And I don't know what the relevance is, but I actually think it should be referenced when we consider any project on Vancouver Street that will involve an activated street, pedestrian-oriented, maybe not necessarily at this location on Vancouver Street, but we do have safety issues relating to the truck route elsewhere on Vancouver Street and improvements that we'd like to make. But it might be an idea to reference that context in any development report that fronts Vancouver Street. Thank you. Just an idea.
Thank you. I'll lend my support to 2 readings and setting the public hearing. There is a lot to like about this. I really appreciate the massing and the public realm space. I appreciate the nod to the 3-bedroom units, making sure that there's family-oriented units and that the developer is taking advantage of the rental density bonus so that we are seeing some purpose-built rental in this building. I want to pick up on what Councillor Pettengill said, and one of the things that this particular development does is show the community and council that a net zero mixed use building is possible. And so I think it sets a bar for other people, and I think it helps set our expectations a little bit higher about what we can look for in mixed use developments to address climate emergency and create buildings that are ready for the future. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what the public has to say about how this integrates into the downtown south area. So with that, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Daly. All right. Because we haven't talked about development enough tonight, we have next up 8B1 is contemplation of second reading and setting the public hearing for District of Squamish zoning bylaw, amendment bylaw for CD 99 Hunter Place, number 2634, 2018. Ms. Fletcher is joining us virtually. Good evening, and she's just sharing her slides now. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. There we go. All right, so good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Fletcher. I'm a planner with the District of Squamish, and tonight I'm here to present bylaw number 2634 for second reading. So this application for this rezoning was received in 2018. It has been reviewed at 2 previous committee meetings and received first reading on October 19th, 2021. After first reading, the applicant worked with staff to resolve outstanding issues noted by council before returning for consideration of second reading. We'll go over those changes tonight. The subject lands are designated mixed employment in the official community plan. The application, if approved, would be subject to development permit areas 2, 3, and 6. The subject site is split zoned, so 1100 and 1140 Hunter Place are partially zoned C4, downtown commercial, while the remainder of the site is zoned I1, light industrial. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject site to a mixed-use comprehensive development zone. The site plan includes 5 distinct buildings connected by a common courtyard at grade. Public access to the courtyard will be secured by statutory right-of-way as detailed in the bylaw requirements. The developer proposes to partially sink the parkade below grade to create a continuous pedestrian area extending from the public realm throughout the site. So these are some of the renderings of the proposed development. Form and character will be reviewed in detail at development permit. Employment space in the updated proposal has increased to 30% of the gross floor area. If the employment space is realized and fully tenanted, it would create approximately 208 jobs in the development compared to a residential population of 410. The rezoning seeks to change the zoning on the I1 zoned parcels, while the use and density on the C4 parcels would remain largely unchanged in the proposed CD zone. The proposed height is 30 meters and 6 stories, with the office building permitted to go to 7 stories. Parking is anticipated to meet the bylaw. This application triggers the community amenity contribution policy. The applicant has proposed that community amenity contributions be calculated on the increase in density on the I1 zoned land only, which is consistent with the CAC policy. The applicant has increased their affordable housing contribution to 17.5% of the new gross floor area to be affordable units instead of the 10% that is typically required. This slide outlines some of the items that will be secured in the land development agreement, while the full list is within the council report tonight. The land development agreement will secure acoustic requirements and other rail requirements as detailed by CN. Electrification of all residential and office units, including hot water tanks, as well as securing the office building as constructed with mass timber. It will secure the number of childcare spaces, including the higher requirement of space per child. It will secure the design drawing of active transportation accommodation north of the site to the Buckley Avenue, Cleveland Avenue intersection. It will include language that holds the developer responsible for raising infrastructure along Pemberton Avenue, as well as language that secures the full build-out of frontage along Hunter Place and Pemberton Avenue. I will include language with covenants securing the travel direction, access, and future maintenance of the north-south lane along the east side of the building, and secure approximately 40% of the courtyard to be activated with public access provided, the actual amount and actual level of activation to be determined at development permit to the district's satisfaction. So now we'll take a look at some of the changes made since first reading. So council first asked if the applicant could go to step 4 for the commercial space. The motion was later amended to seek green renewable energy use for commercial spaces. The applicant proposes that the office building will meet BC Energy Step Code 3 and will be constructed of mass timber. The office building will also register a no gas covenant for the office use. The applicant proposes to provide 17.5% of the new units as affordable units in alignment with the district's perpetual affordable housing policy. This makes for a minimum of 25 affordable housing units. Unit sizes will be the same as the non-market housing units. The applicant is also proposing that 20% of the affordable units will be 3-bedroom units. That makes 5 of the 25 units 3 bedrooms. The applicant also proposes that a minimum of 20% of the market units will be 3-bedroom units, which aligns with the OCP policy 12.2D regarding unit mixes in rezonings. This will also be secured in the land development agreement. Council requested the applicant create a conceptual plan for what the area might look like in the future. Staff would like to note that this exercise is not a sub-area plan and involved no engagement with adjacent property owners. Rather, this is a conceptual exercise that considers OCP land use designations and potential area constraints. It's not an official document. Staff would like to also note that the plan shows the adjacent waterfront properties along Pemberton Ave as green space. Staff would like to highlight that there are a number of scenarios that could play out for these properties, including future development. It was suggested at the October 19th council meeting that it may be desirable to close the stretch of Pemberton Avenue to vehicle traffic in the future. In consultation with the district engineering department, it became evident that access for emergency vehicles and service vehicles and public works vehicles would remain necessary in the future, and that a WUNRF design may be more feasible. The conceptual plan provides guidance for future servicing agreements regarding how to hardscape Pemberton Avenue so that a future transition to a WUNRF design would be cost effective by requiring minimal intervention should the district decide to pursue this approach. The anticipated servicing agreement for future development permits associated with this project cannot introduce a WUNRF design at this time, as large vehicles still require regular access to the properties at the easternmost edge of Pemberton Avenue, and vehicle access to Phase 1 of the Hunter Place development will be exclusively from Pemberton Avenue until Phase 2 is constructed. Staff believe constructing the street in such a way that would make conversion to a WUNRF design easier in the future is a reasonable solution that maintains Pemberton Avenue as vehicle primary in the interim, while allowing flexibility for the district to implement WUNRF in the future if the neighborhood context changes. To address the above points, the applicant retained a landscape architect to provide the district with a conceptual design for the courtyard. Council expressed concern that the courtyard did not contain an adequate amount of green space and that there was no space allotted for private outdoor amenity space for residents. The applicant has provided a concept plan that envisions green space throughout the courtyard with private amenity space that extends from the private indoor amenity space. The concept plan will be amended to the land development agreement to guide development of the courtyard at time of development permit. The applicant has also provided updated viewscape renderings from the 3 agreed upon locations in drawings A0.3A to A0.3C of attachment 3 of your report this evening. On-site parking meets the district bylaw. The site plan has been revised to allocate additional on-street accessible stalls to further accommodate accessible parking on district roads. This will be incorporated into any future servicing agreements. A final traffic impact assessment has been received, accepted by staff, and forwarded to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. The Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure approval of the traffic impact assessment is required prior to adoption of this bylaw due to the development's proximity to the highway. As previously discussed, the traffic impact assessment demonstrates that additional volume generated by the development does not have a significant impact on district intersection volumes. The traffic impact assessment does note that if this development proceeds, volume in the downtown will increase significantly over time, and that the anticipated Pemberton Bridge access will significantly alleviate much of that volume. Based on forecasted travel volumes provided by the TIA, it would be rare that a train crossing would cause traffic to back up and block the bridge. If this were to become a problem, there would be provisions to direct all access to the development to Hunter Place, which will relieve most of the pressure on the Pemberton Bridge intersection. And as it relates to active transportation on the site, the applicant has provided an overlay of active transportation routes in the concept plan. Pedestrian travel is anticipated to move through Hunter Place Courtyard, while the bike path will skirt the west side of the development for access to the north. To inform the community per policy, the project was posted to the district's development showcase, and 2 development signs have been posted at the site. No comments or requests for a public information meeting were received, but 1 was held, or comments were received. If a public meeting is scheduled, staff will follow legislative notification procedures. Staff recommend that District of Squamish zoning bylaw amendment number 2634 be given second reading, and that a public hearing be scheduled for March 1st at 6 p.m. in council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher. Council, do you have any questions? Councilor Pettingill?
Yeah, I had I guess an understanding that the office and residential buildings were going to be electric. And then it talks about a no gas covenant on the offices. So I'm wondering, what about the residential buildings, and are there things other than office, like commercial, other than that? Or so what is electric and what might be gas?
Through the mayor, thank you for that. That was not clear in the presentation. So the change is that the office building is now also gas only, while the residential are also no gas. So the only gas that would be provided would be to at-grade retail units if they so chose. But there would be covenants on the office use, so everything above the second story in the office building, and all the residential for no gas.
Any other questions? Councilor Race?
Thank you. My concern is still with Pemberton Avenue and the flow of traffic and the long term of that. And I appreciate the sketch that staff produced, showing possible visions for the future. And when I
Just for clarity, Councilor Race, staff did not do that concept drawing.
Oh,
that was from the developer.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. So that's, in any event, going by something like that and knowing that area, the area of land between Pemberton and the water, which fronts the development, as opposed to farther east, is a fairly narrow strip of land. And, you know, we're not here to make a decision on that, but it seems very unlikely that it would ever be built upon or could be built upon. And yet at some point we're going to need a dike along here to connect to our diking system. And I recall from an earlier presentation that there was talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but talk about raising Pemberton Avenue temporarily, I think was the expression, until a dike or something is built and the rest of the area is built up. And I try to sort of visualize that. And so the first thing is when we raise Pemberton Avenue, how do we let it back down again to service the property to the east? And secondly, if Pemberton Avenue raised would be sort of a temporary dike, maybe it's actually a permanent dike, and do we have provision to require it to be built to whatever the permanent dike standard might be compared to temporary? So I'll stop there.
Through the mayor, I've seen our municipal engineer, Devin Kianaga, pop up. I'm wondering if you wanted to take a first stab at this, or would you like me to?
Yeah, I'll take first stab.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Through the mayor. Yeah, so first part of your question, Councilor Race, was about transitioning down. So the plan is to have the grade on Pemberton start at the rail crossing and continue that grade for about 2/3 of the property, and then it will transition down. So the way it transitions right now, that'll just basically shift to the east a little bit. And so once this development, develops or builds out, there will be a transition down to the existing grade to the east. The plan, I guess, would be in the future, if Pemberton, if the entire road is raised, then that can be filled in. So temporarily, the parking garage would act as kind of there'd be an exposed wall, essentially.
About the property to the east that's between this proposal and the highway. But it also, when I was trying to visualize what you're just saying, it also raises then a question of what is the south protection of this raised area and how does that transition to, which looks to me like the long-term dike. And then how does that get from the road level down to where the land is right now, which is more or less just a forest?
Yeah, so I'll speak to the kind of the long-term vision for that, and I might let Jesse actually talk about the more interim moments. So long-term vision is to raise Pemberton, potentially raise Pemberton all the way to the highway. And the idea behind that is that it would, in lieu of or until we could build a proper sheet pile dike along the shore, it could act as a dike, so that road can be built to essentially that standard. And then the long-term thought there is that even if we didn't do that with the road, in order to utilize those properties to the south that are against the water, those need to be raised to a dike level. And so the idea is that if the road is raised, and then those properties to the south want to be utilized, they need to be raised anyways to be able to accommodate a sheet pile dike. So raising the road long-term doesn't really make much of a difference essentially to those properties because they would have to be raised either way. If in the future we decided to not put in a sheet pile dike, the road can act as our dike. If we do put in a sheet pile dike, it ties in with it at the same elevation and allows for use of those properties for various purposes, possibly as per the concept shown. The more interim measures, I'll let Jesse speak to.
If I can just interrupt there, when I think of that, I mean, I think based on our experience with Waynock Park and the cost of that one block, it seems quite unlikely that there would ever be a commercially viable proposal that would come along that would provide for a sheet pile dike between the railroad tracks and more or less the highway. And so the possibility seems stronger to me that, in fact, we raise the road and the road becomes the dike, and in front of the dike to the south of the road, between the road and the water, is more of a soft edge used for whatever, because I'm not sure anybody could ever afford to raise it and build sheet pile there for what might come out of it. So is that something that we've considered the possibility of?
Do you want to go, Jesse? Or do you want me to? You look like you're about to talk.
Go for it.
Okay, through the mayor. So essentially, yes, that is the idea with allowing this road to be raised, is that it gives us that ability and that flexibility in the future. Should we not want to build the sheet pile dike, it gives us an alternative option essentially. Now we can't call the road the dike right now, and under this proposal we're not proceeding with the idea that the road is the dike, because that requires an amendment to bylaws at this point. And so staff is supportive of raising the road to dike level, because we recognize the benefit that can give us, or the benefit that gives us in terms of giving us opportunities down the road.
Thank you very much. He looks like he's thinking, so I'm going to move on. Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Herford.
I also need to think about that, but I have other questions around the traffic impact assessment. So I appreciate that the TIA suggests that this development on its own isn't generating significant impact, but do we know what the tipping point is for broader growth in the downtown, for our key downtown intersections and how much they can support? So So the challenge with traffic impact assessments is that they do them on a site-by-site basis and they don't account for the cumulative impact. So when do we account for the cumulative impact? And who's responsible for that?
Through the mayor. Yeah, great question. So the traffic impact assessment did look at what they labeled as background volumes, and they did indicate that I think they looked at 2023 and they looked at the year 2029 with the idea of, once the development is fully built out. And they did show that even without the development, we do have problems with, we do have levels of service that are not desirable at multiple intersections. No, we don't know the exact tipping point. At that point, we actually looked into this, doing kind of a sensitivity analysis. The problem is your error gets quite big when you're trying to narrow it down. Traffic impact assessments are not crystal balls. So you have to look at them a little bit more high level and allow them to just guide you. They're definitely not, they can't be taken as gospel by any means. So I think, so the short answer is no, we don't know the tipping point. It's somewhere between now and 2029 roughly. But I'd be very hesitant to recommend trying to find that exact number, because the error would be in the years, which wouldn't really give us much good information.
Okay, that's helpful. And so I have two follow-up questions. One is, and this is just, I don't recall, but when is the Pemberton Bridge meant to be built, and where is the funding for that coming from?
Ms. Fletcher?
Yeah, through the mayor, so in conversation with the engineering department today, so we have it forecasted for 2029, 2030. We know that by 2029 we need it, so we are working towards that. It's in the DCC bylaw, so we are currently collecting DCCs for the bridge, and are in conversation with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure about additional funding sources.
So one final follow-up to that, will this, obviously we'll be collecting DCCs if this were to go forward. Is that the only way that this development would be paying into the Pemberton Bridge, or do we consider the critical amenities contribution to the critical amenities fund to the Pemberton Bridge as well? Or have we discussed further with the developer, the proponent, about helping fund that bridge so it can actually be built sooner rather than later?
Mr. Val?
Yeah,
you want to get Mr. Valniscus to answer that?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Council could decide how to earmark the funds that we're getting for the cash contribution for the CAC. Generally speaking, the CAC policy defines critical amenities as amenities and sometimes infrastructure that doesn't have a funding source. And in this case, bridges would be part of the road system. So we have we've got the DCC as our main tool for funding those future expansions. So it wouldn't be in line with policy, but council could consider making that change.
Councilor Herford.
Thank you. Given that the bridge is some time away, and then the construction of the required intersection onto that, the new bridge is equal distance away. Is that something that will be that's accounted for in any of the work that's been done so far, given that it's sort of over the horizon and may align with near the end of this project? So is this development paying for that intersection directly or indirectly?
Is that clear, or do you need clarification?
I think it's clear. I'm wondering, Mr. Kiyonaga, if you know the answer to that one, but I think I know the answer to that one.
Why don't you go and I'll tell you if I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah. So through there, the intersection at where the bridge would come down, which is the intersection, Councilor Herford, I believe you're referring to, on the Pemberton side, that would be constructed as part of the bridge, would be my understanding. So this intersection would not contribute to that beyond DCCs. So it has not been considered at this point. The intersection that is affected, that the bridge does affect at this point, would be the rail crossing that is at Pemberton. And they will be paying towards that.
Okay, thank you. And then the back to this road elevation, and the road elevation that will be a de facto dike. How does that interact with those properties closer to the water? Like, what's the edge of the road or the edge of this built piece look like? Is it a just stacked earth like we see in our dikes around, say, Bracknell Eagle viewing area, which has a slope to it? Is it block blocks or concrete blocks, or it's not sheet pile because we mentioned that that's a feature? I'm just trying to envision sort of that built out piece, and the rest of the project has very good visuals, but this particular piece, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. So could someone speak to that, please?
Through the mayor. So in terms of the construction, that hasn't been decided on yet, whether it's lock block walls or gabion basket or something along those lines. So the visuals, we don't know. So that still needs to be determined and would be ultimately secured at servicing agreement. In terms of access to those lots, Jesse, are you able to kind of speak to how that works, or Jonas?
I can take that. So essentially, this is sort of a question around what is the municipal responsibility in terms of providing access. And at this point, there's the legal access, and then there's the practical access, and the properties will continue to have, the properties down but between the road dike and the water will continue to have legal access. If there is a potential for improvements on those properties, the grade would have to come up. But in terms of what that will actually look like, if council desires to see those elevations, it would be conceptual at this stage before we get to a servicing agreement stage.
Thank you. That's helpful. And as I stand at that rail crossing and look down to the elevation, and I think about having the road at that height. I mean, this might necessitate handrails or something if we don't have, if we go by something that is a block structure. So I'm just curious about that for those access to those properties, sort of the practical. What that looks like, and also what we end up with for that road as far as width goes, or if we need to use up some of the actual right-of-way width to allow for some slope of the raising of the land. So there's some pieces there that I'm not all the way on, and it appears that we are all in the same space there. So okay, thank you.
Councilor Race had his hand up again, and just want to check with any councilors that haven't spoken yet. If there's any questions? Okay, Councilor Race.
Thank you. Back to the road, if you've ever left it. Earlier, one of the earlier presentations had this development being phased, and I think it was the first phase, temporarily at least, had access out onto Pemberton before the site was built out because of existing leases. And so I'm wondering, first of all, if that's still the case, or whether everything initially is going to go on to Hunter Place. Because if so, then how do we build the road we're talking about to the south of the development, which, as I understand it, comes up more or less to the plaza level for lack of a better word, where the green space and the walkways are through. And the second part of that is if the south end of the development is more or less a grade, the new grade, so you could walk off the development onto Pemberton Avenue without going up or down. What happens at Hunter Place? Because Hunter Place is not that high, I don't believe. Is there some kind of transition between the development and Hunter Place?
Through the mayor, thanks for that question. So in terms of phasing, the developer's plan at this point is still to begin with phase 1, which is the phase that is in the southwest corner of the development. Getting southwest. And so that would come right off of Pemberton and only access off of Pemberton initially. And that again is to preserve the existing leases that are on the rest of the property. So the other parcels all have existing leases that expire in 2023, 2025, and have options for renewal. And this allows the developer to relocate existing leases into the new development on the Pemberton side. Now, to control for potential traffic issues in the future, we have worked with the developer to allow it so that once the Hunter Place portion is built out, the first parcel, which is that southwest corner parcel, can be directed to only go in and out off of Hunter Place. So at the end of the development, if need be, from the municipality's perspective, all vehicle access will be from Hunter Place, if that's reasonable. In terms of the grading from Hunter Place, it's a little bit lower than Pemberton, I believe. To get to the plaza level, there is a small slope up. And that grade, you can see on the site plans between the buildings. I'd have to increase the size of my drawing significantly here to see it. But there is a gradual slope up to the plaza level.
So then just to follow up, so the site you're referring to is the site that the lot that's closest to the railroad tracks. And that would have initially access off into the parking garage. So I take it then that access would be off more or less the existing grade. So we couldn't fill the road in while that access was being used. We'd have to wait for a later phase in the development. Am I correct in saying that?
Go for it, Devin.
Through the mayor. So that actually has a sloped driveway from the road grade, the proposed road grade, down into their parkade.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, a non-road related question. The design suggests that the outdoor amenity space will be adjacent to the indoor amenity space, but it also looks like it's very much adjacent to the common outdoor courtyard space. And so I'm just curious, it doesn't really seem like it'll be delineated at all. Is there plans for that to be separated, or is it all just kind of open common space?
Through the mayor, the intention is that there will be some kind of delineation. What that looks like, we've reserved some flexibility for development permit to determine. But the comments that came up at first reading were that there was no private amenity space for the residents at that time. So they allocated an area on the plan for each phase of the building so that they could build some private amenity space there. So we wouldn't require that to be public, as we would require the rest of the courtyard to have a statutory right of way for public access on. But we would keep some flexibility in the agreement at this point to determine how it's delineated later.
All right. Not seeing any other hands. So the motion in front of us is to give second reading and set the public hearing for March 1st. Is there a motion, Councillor French? Moving the staff recommendation, I'll second that. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor French?
Yeah, sure. A lot of work has gone into this and to get us to where we're at today. And it's been good work. And I think that the owner of this property has paid careful attention to the conversations we've had up to this point at the council table, and done a great job of addressing the concerns and some of the ideas that have been shared. So I support moving this forward.
It's interesting to see the questions around the road versus around the development itself, and I think it speaks to the interesting design and seeing, you know, a commitment to family-friendly units, affordable units, and making sure that we're reaching a higher bar on in terms of electrification versus gas. It was really helpful to see the phasing approach in the drawings about how the construction would take place. I found that really useful to see how we can move tenants into buildings if they so choose versus displacing them. So that was really great to see, and I understand the reason why we would hold out for the childcare center, not put it in the first phase, so that we get a much more flexible and I think a larger space by delaying its addition. I really appreciated the addition of covered bikes in the area, which we haven't seen a lot of, and certainly providing more than would be standard in our zoning bylaw. And I love that there were end of trip facilities considered and bike parking more than required for the office building as well, to really try and encourage that sense of active transportation. I think overall the massing makes sense to me for this area. And I know it's hard to picture the future of that area, but I think raising the road provides us all the flexibility we need to determine the future of that end of Pemberton. And so I look forward to hearing the public's comments at public hearing. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mary Elliott. I will not be supporting this motion. I would prefer to see this package go back to staff and preferably return to a committee of the whole meeting. I'll outline my reasons why. I'm concerned that there is a lack of mention of the railway crossing closure option and an accurate account of its rationale according to the neighbors. I think it's important we understand their perspective. They have 6 decades of experience in this precinct and with this railway crossing. I'm going to read the comment I made last time. The key purpose of an alternate access route to East Pemberton via Hunter Place is not only to address increased traffic at Pemberton or to alleviate turning at the east end of Pemberton, but to address the advantages and opportunity of closing the Pemberton rail crossing, its cost and safety benefits, including the train whistle noise reduction. There's new attention given to the Warnorf concept. However, I simply am unconvinced that it has benefits over closing the crossing. And after all, both the Pemberton Road as it exists today and the existing proposed east side access road are both 6 meters wide. I think that there's some trade-offs and review that we would benefit from in comparing these 2 options, this Warnorf and closing the crossing. It is true that large vehicles still require regular access to the properties, and this is why they need to be consulted. This how that takes place, what are its conditions. The traffic study gives rather little attention to the issues or potential issues at the Pemberton and future bridge intersection. And one of these is for trucks or cars. coming over the bridge into downtown and turning onto Pemberton. It's a very sharp angle. And that's not highlighted at all in the traffic study. The traffic study, in fact, there's really no content there on that, this type of issue. It's suggested by those who are on Pemberton presently that this is another reason to close that crossing or to not allow that right turn coming over the bridge from the south because of the safety issues and impracticality of it. So there's some, I think we've heard about the levels and there's different explanations given. I appreciate this from engineering department about the different grades that are going to take shape there. But that angle of that turn is still something that needs to be considered. There isn't an account of the whistling sensation. We don't have, as staff has acknowledged, we haven't heard back from Transport Canada as to scenarios on that. As to a crossing, the closure, and this came up last time because there was a misinterpretation that the neighbors wanted to close it for pedestrian traffic, and that's not the case. We do have an example of a pedestrian railway crossing in Brackendale between Dogwood Place and Dryden Road, and this is a type of an example which might be looked at here. I'd like to turn to engagement. While, as the mayor has pointed out or clarified, the concept plan, as has been delivered to it, this is a product of the development proponent and not staff. However, staff have commented that this exercise is not a sub-area plan and involved no engagement with adjacent property owners. Well, we should be careful. It seems to me in that type of statement, because it seems to me we have not only OCP policies on engagement, we have our IAP2, International Association of Public Participation Guidelines, and here, because of what's at stake for the east end of Pemberton, they should be in the involve column, not just inform or consult, but involve. We have them, their future plans, the timelines for all of us to realize a vision for this area, and the construction of the dike and what it may mean, all puzzles to be solved and puzzles requiring engagement with those neighbors. In the engagement section of the report to council, there's a reference to that the neighboring property had asked the district to acquire land. That is false. There's never, ever been a proposal from the neighbors to the district that it acquire land. And that is a concern for me that this misinterpretation still arises. It arises because consultation still has not taken place with those neighbors since July 9th, 2020. When there was a meeting with Gary Buxton and a representative of one of the East End property owners. There has been no meeting between staff and the adjacent neighbors. I don't think it's a good idea that this input from those neighbors be relegated to the upcoming public hearing. The public hearing is not a place to solve such puzzles or to even discuss them properly. In fact, I even think this regular meeting we have here now is not that opportunity, and therefore I suggest a committee of the whole session to explore these puzzles. We have past poor experience with the large-scale developments that had changes made very close to the public hearing, and years later, there are still issues for us. I don't need to name it, but they involve the land development agreement that didn't foresee things, traffic, and active transportation puzzles that are still to be solved years later. And we might have had a different process and they could have been solved much sooner. Also under engagement, I'll refer to the land development agreement, some of its
Councillor
provisions.
Anderson.
Thank you. I'm just about done.
Okay. Our procedure bylaw does allow for 5 minutes.
Very good.
So if you want to wrap up.
These items in the land development agreement, and just for example, the easement or the potential or prospect of an easement on that east side, that new route on the east side of the building, that's an important issue. And that should be discussed today. There are, I'll just wrap up by saying that with the mayor, that it's of interest that our conversation is around the road and not on the development itself. I think this reflects the proactive planning on the part of the developer and the good work that we're not even talking about, and that is a reflection on the quality of that work. I'm disappointed not to be able to favor going to public hearing. I'd rather see it come back to staff, and I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
I'm going to work my way around the horseshoe this way. Councillor Stoner, would you like to be put on the list as well? All right, I'll put you at the end. Pettengill, Hereford, Race.
Thank you. I will be supporting second reading. I do really appreciate seeing what has come back to us. It looks like the developer did really listen, and I can see a lot of our comments. Changes were made to reflect the comments we had. I did have a bit of a misunderstanding. I had been thinking that no gas on office and residential meant the whole shebang, including the commercial. So I'm a bit disappointed that that's not there as well, and would be fantastic to see that come to us at, if the developer wanted to suggest that in time for the public hearing, that would be wonderful. I think we've just had an example that shows that can be done. We know we need to design for our survival, and that means not facilitating new fossil fuel businesses. There's a lot already, and so we need to design for ones and favor ones that aren't relying on that. The parking, and this is a district requirement. I just want to mention it. I think it does make all these developments more challenging, and everything I've read over our experiences of the last decades is that requiring more parking just means more congestion, more parking problems, more cost for cars overall, and so it does the opposite of the problems that we're trying to solve. I know it's counterintuitive for some people, but that seems to be our experience over and over, and so I hope that we can, as a community, sort of figure out how to more constructively tackle the parking challenges. And I think that means, gives opportunity for more affordable housing, more safety, more livability. But that one, while I regret that there's so much parking here, that is something that we as a municipality are imposing on the developer. So I won't hold that against the development. I do really appreciate the significant increase in bicycle parking in the office space. If we are going to move away from cars or reduce our dependence, that's going to be key. And so I think that is a really important change that I was glad to see. And so, again, maybe being overly optimistic, but would love to see a proposal from the developer at public hearing for the whole thing to have a no gas covenant. But in the meantime, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of this at this time. I was happy to see the changes come forward from the last time we saw it, and it's nice when we see applicants sort of exceed in certain categories, and I'll highlight the affordable housing is one of them, and also the no gas covenant also didn't need to be there. It was really nice that that it is. The addition of bike parking spots that went way up, and I understand the rationale behind the phasing approach with particularly with the childcare. Now, the conversation today was around, or mine anyways, was around the issue of the road, and this is, as much as it would have been nice to, it would be nice to have reached out sooner, but public hearing is going to have to be the place that we take the feedback from that, given that it hasn't happened elsewhere. And there are challenges there. I think tonight's explanation goes a long ways for me to understand sort of what that practically looks like. But I do think that that there's still some more work to do there. So I'm curious to see what happens at public hearing with that piece. Overall, if we can, although these things are accumulation of all their pieces, but if we could put that piece aside, I'm quite pleased with the rest of the development. But that is the crux here, and we'll see what happens at public hearing. Thank you.
Councilor Race.
Thank you. And I didn't ask any questions tonight about the development itself. I was actually happy the last time about the development within the four corners of that proposal. I think that's fine. I'd have no real comment or objections to any of that part. But part of the zoning process for me is not just what's within the property lines, but also how it fits into the neighborhood. And we just went through a discussion sort of related to that earlier this evening. So I am concerned, and I remain concerned about how this will fit into that neighborhood and what the future of that neighborhood might look like. And I think we're missing an opportunity. I think we're missing an opportunity to consider closing that rail crossing. I think we're missing an opportunity to close the road. I've called from an earlier presentation that the developer will be funding improvements to the rail crossing, which I would rather see spent on some other amenity. And I think the width of Pemberton Avenue right now, I have a survey, is 15.2 meters. So I think the traffic that's going down Pemberton Avenue could easily go down the side of the development on that one road right away until such time as the rest of that corner develops out, and then it could be spread onto adjoining properties. So I think there are other alternatives, but now we're voting on second reading. And I hesitate to vote against it because I think that's sort of harsh for the developer, who has actually, as people have noted, made changes and worked with staff to bring forward a nice development proposal. But I am not happy with where it is and how it fits into the neighborhood and how we're going forward in that corner of town. So I will be voting against this proposal.
Councilor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will support the current motion, but also raise a few concerns as we go into public hearing. I do want to commend the developer in terms of meeting and exceeding a number of the community amenity contribution policy areas on some of the key pieces that we know we need for our community: childcare, green energy. The affordable housing numbers and distribution are all great things. I'm still curious how we actually secure the affordable housing unit for the Affordable Housing Society. So I forgot to ask that as a question before we got to comments, but some clarity there on whether the affordable housing units will stay with the developer, or if those will actually be transferred to our affordable housing strategy or society would be helpful. Also some further delineation on how the outdoor private space, common space, will be delineated from the outdoor common usable space. I think that is a challenge for me to actually foresee at this time. I know we don't need full design. We're leaving some flexibility for development permit, but I just don't understand how that will interact. And then more broadly, my comments and questions are traffic volumes and how we manage that. I think that collecting the DCCs from this development to support the Pemberton Bridge will suffice for now, but I think I don't think it's entirely fair to put that entirely on this developer, but I do think it raises, for me, in priority how council considers those really core infrastructure projects going forward to help alleviate that traffic congestion that we know is forthcoming by 2029. I will support second reading at this time and curious to hear what the neighborhood has to say. Thank you.
I'll call the question. Any opposed? Councilors Anderson and Race opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much, staff. We'll take a recess until 9:20. Okay, we are back. We are now on item 8C, 1, 2, and 3. And we're just seeing how on their toes our sustainability staff are at 9:30 at night. Sorry to keep you waiting. But I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Wint.
All right. I think that's the wrong screen. Sorry, one moment. Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jeff Wint, Sustainability Coordinator, and I am here to talk about single-use items here today. So what we would like to go through today, I'm going to provide an update on the draft federal single-use item regulation that has come out since the last time we spoke, and then present our new single-use item bylaw for 3 readings. So a little update on our timeline like I mentioned, since we last spoke, the federal government has released their draft regulations on single-use plastics. So we're moving up a little bit. The federal draft regulation, it will ban the sale, manufacture, and import of 6 items. So that's plastic checkout bags, plastic utensils, foodware service made from problematic plastics. So that means styrofoam, as well as other things like black plastic trays, ring carriers or 6-pack rings, can rings, plastic stir straws, and plastic straws. So those, like I said, they'll all be banned for manufacture, sale, or import. So they're working quite a bit further upstream than we're able to as a municipality. So those items won't be available in Squamish once that has been enacted and enforced, which the expected date should be by the end of 2023. So for the single-use item bylaw that we are presenting here, just to review quickly, plastic bags will be banned at the checkout. Paper bags will have a minimum fee, as will reusable bags, and that's for purchase. Plastic straws will be banned at checkout. Accessible straws will be required to be stocked by businesses. Polystyrene foam takeout containers or styrofoam containers will be banned. Plastic stir sticks will be banned, and plastic utensils will be made by request only. Due to the number of clause changes that we had to make and renumbering for the bylaw, we'll be repealing the existing bylaw and presenting a new one. But some of the notable changes, as previously discussed, the paper bags that businesses will be able to offer will have to be recycled paper bags containing at least 40% recycled content. We're adding a definition for small bags, which will be exempt. That's largely the ones that you would use for medicine. We're going to be removing plastic bags from the list of acceptable checkout bags. So that's banning them, banning the polystyrene foam serviceware containers, making plastic utensils by request only. The allowed exemptions, that's for people where paying for the checkout bags would be a hardship. So we're allowing exemptions there. And then some exemptions for styrofoam takeout containers. So that's for meat or for prepackaged food that's coming from outside of the district. So if a sandwich is made outside of the district of Squamish on a styrofoam container, packaged, but then sold in the district, that's exempted. And then we also have an enforcement date 6 months after adoption of the bylaw. And that's to allow businesses time to use their existing stock. We don't want the plastic bags that they do have going right into the landfill. Obviously, we want them to be used instead. And it also allows time for education. We are also presenting for amendment the municipal ticket information. So this is Schedule S. So replacing the existing table with this one, which updates the clause numbers, as well as adding in some of those new clauses. But we're keeping the fines at the same levels, which was $150. And then similarly for the notice enforcement bylaw, again, Schedule S, replacing the existing table with the new one, with the new clause numbers and the new clauses. So the motion that we're presenting for council is to give 3 readings to the single-use item reduction bylaw. the 3 readings to the municipal ticket information bylaw and 3 readings for the notice enforcement bylaw. And staff also wanted to present an alternate motion, and this would bring the District of Squamish bylaw in line with the upcoming federal regulations. So the alternate motion would be that the clause 3.6, which allows plastic utensils to be on request only, be amended so that a business may not provide or sell the plastic utensils. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wint. Councilor Herford.
Thank you. I'm curious about the exemptions for the, and I know that there are some recyclable sort of pieces for the meat trays, but when you talked about use the sandwich example, and I'm trying to think about affecting the buying decisions of the businesses as well. And I just wondered if staff contemplated that piece of it, and is that sort of a nod towards these more of a sort of the, I guess maybe 7-Elevens of the world or something that does bring in a lot of prepackaged from outside, and we don't want to disrupt their supply chain as much, yeah, what sort of went into that landing in that spot?
Through the chair, yes, exactly. It's for the businesses where their supply chain, necessitates them to use those prepackaged foods that are coming from outside of our jurisdiction. Clean styrofoam can be recycled at our recycling depot, so there is the option for it. But yes, the exemption is largely to accommodate where we don't have that influence. Thank you.
Councilor Penghill.
Just following up on that, what's the negative consequence if we didn't accommodate that? It's, to my mind, it would be positive consequence, but I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
Through the chair, the regulation as the provincial government has allowed us to pass through bylaw through the Minister's Order 309, that stipulates that has to be an exemption.
Councilor Herford, your mic's on. Any other questions, Council? Councilor French.
Thanks, Mayor. The final line of the bylaw, just above the signature lines for the mayor and the corporate officer, we've got the following wording. In accordance with minister's orders, enforcement of this bylaw will not come into effect until 6 months after adoption. I'm finding this wording somewhat unclear. And I'd like to know if the negative wording is intentional and by design, and then following, I might suggest different wording, and specifically, in accordance with minister's orders, enforcement of this bylaw will come into effect 6 months after adoption. So I'm just curious to know if this is better expressed with wording that's presented as a positive instead of a negative, as something that's, instead of not happening, is actually happening.
Mr. Wint, any comment on that?
Through the chair, the requirement is in the minister's order. The wording can be changed, and it will still be within what they permit us to do.
Okay, great. Well, I'll leave it with staff. I just think that my wording is more clear. And I have a follow-up. The staff report refers to ring carriers in the project information portion, and then we don't ever see that term ever again anywhere, unlike the other things that are impacted by this. I'm just wondering about that lack of reference to ring carriers. Is that an oversight, or is it covered elsewhere?
Through the chair, the ring carriers are part of the federal draft regulation, so they'll be banned by the federal government. at the municipal level, we don't have the ability to ban those at this point.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Wint, Councilor Hereford distracted me and I missed your second to last slide. I think you were suggesting there was a change to 3.5 or something about plastic utensils. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Through the mayor, yes, staff also wanted to present an alternate motion. So to bring the bylaw in line with the federal draft regulations, which will be banning the plastic utensils, estimated by the end of 2023. So if council wishes to move our bylaw in line with that, we could have clause 3.6 say a business may not provide or sell a plastic utensil, whereas right now that clause is written that a business may provide a plastic utensil on request.
All right, Council, just for clarity, because we're contemplating 3 readings this evening, any wording changes you need to capture tonight. You can't just leave it to staff, because the next time we see this is adoption and nothing should change between 3rd reading and adoption. So, so if someone is considering putting a motion forward, they need to consider the alternate to ban plastic utensils or incorporate the wording change that Councilor French spoke to earlier, or anything else you're contemplating. Councilor Hereford.
Thank you. I'm curious about a couple things. The takeout bag, or sorry, the bags, recycled paper bag, and our small paper bag definition. How does that relate to drive-through, like fast food? Are we adding? Would a standard, I don't know, McDonald's meal, would they need to be collecting the 75 cents in addition to the meal price to be on the right side of this as written?
Through the chair, yes. If a bag is larger than the definition of the small bag, then it would be subject to this bylaw and have to charge the fee.
I'm just wondering about the interplay of having sort of counterproductive goals of having a bunch of small bags handed out instead of one big bag. In that context, I'm going to think about that for a second while I ask you about something I thought I would see here is I was hoping to see was cups, whether it be coffee or otherwise, but quite often coffee cups. And where does, where do we stand on that? Or were there challenges with getting to that piece?
Through the chair, to enact a bylaw addressing coffee cups, we would need to have that approved by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Solutions. So we're addressing the issue or the materials that we can without having to have them approve a bylaw. So the process for these materials, once the bylaw is adopted, we just have to notify them. If we go outside of the rules set out in the Minister's Order 309, then the bylaw would have to be approved by the ministry.
Okay, thank you. The drive-through piece has me, and it's sort of the takeout food just has me thinking, and I might have to circle back to it. I want to make sure that we're doing this in an equitable way and we're not adding, sort of the lower, adding a high percentage of the cost to those meals. Of course, then there's the other side of vehicle-based drive-through service, which isn't something that we want to encourage as well. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around those two pieces and that 15 by 20 cm when flat measure, which I didn't check in advance. So I'm going to sit on that for now, but yeah, curious.
Any other questions? Councilor Pango.
Yeah, just if we took staff's recommendation with 3.6 to ban plastic utensils, the federal law is going to do that in 2023. Would that provision then not be enforceable until that point, or we do have the authority to do that sooner?
Through the chair, yes, we have the authority to do that sooner. The staff's point about that was that by the end of 2023, the plastic utensils will not be available for businesses to purchase, no matter our bylaw.
All right. I don't see any further hands. Councillor Stoner.
I was going to move first 3 readings as outlined in the staff report.
Is that with or without the amendment to plastic utensils?
Without the amendment to plastic utensils.
Is there a seconder for this motion? To put a different motion on the floor. Councillor Pettengill.
I'll try it with the amendment to ban plastic utensils now.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Herford seconds. Go ahead, Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working on this for quite a while. I think the need is clear. I appreciate my colleagues' recommendations. Maybe there's some things to fiddle with in terms of specifics around bags and bag sizes and so on. But I feel like at this point, I'd like to get this out, get this rolling, and make adjustments as we learn.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I will support the motion. I wasn't going to include the amendment on the plastic utensils because I think by the end of 2023, it will come to fruition anyways. I think that would have given some time to folks to transition away from them. Similar to the plastic straws, there are accessibility concerns around having access to plastic utensils. So I was more in favor of that direction, but happy to expedite that a little bit. We have been working on this for a long time. I thank staff for keeping us on our toes. I think that we will continue to revisit this. It's a changing landscape. And so we can amend it as needed, but this will give some clarity to our businesses in terms of actual implementation 6 months from adoption. And to Councillor Herford's point, in terms of takeout bags, I think that you can get a burger handed to you without a paper bag and it'll be okay. That would be my hope anyways. And from that, I will support the motion. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'll support the present motion. It's been mentioned that we've been at this a long while. Substantial time and effort has been allocated. All good. But I can't help but make the gentle observation that we may have other priorities and lower hanging fruit to accomplish our goals, all sorts of goals. This week in community dialogue on social media, there's lots of attention to a great big building that was smashed up downtown. Tons and tons and tons of recyclable waste. So I think I just make this as a gentle observation that we need to allocate sufficient time, sufficient effort to other priorities in waste streams as well. Thank you.
Councillor Herford and French.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. I think this is an interesting case where our first swing at this sort of didn't stick, and it's great to see the other as we were ahead of the other orders of government. So I'm glad to see that they're catching up, and I'm happy to push it as far as we can practically at this point, which is where I feel we are today. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. This bylaw definitely has taken quite a journey since we started working on it very early in our term. And my concern in the very early days was it was too narrow, and I'm happy with where we've landed and the part that Squamish has played with other local governments to push higher levels of government to move this issue forward. And the semantics on the wording of that final line, I can live with what's in there. So I'll support the motion.
I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Wint. So next up, we need to give 3 readings to the additional bylaws. So the first is the Municipal Ticket Information Bylaw, Amendment for Single-Use Items, Bylaw number 2882, 2022. Moved by Councillor Stoner. I'll second that. Any comments? Any opposed? Motion carries. And then finally, the Notice Enforcement Bylaw. This is Amendment Bylaw number 2883, 2022. 3 readings, moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Nice to see that move forward. All right, we're on item 9A1, request for letters of support for sponsored Crown land grant. Ms. White, sorry to keep you up so late.
Let me just figure out my tech. Can you see screen?
We can see your screen and we can hear your voice.
Great. Just one more moment. Good. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shannon White, and I'm the Integrated Solid Waste Specialist at the District of Squamish. And I'm here this evening to obtain Council's direction for staff to formally request letters of support from Squamish Nation and the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District Board of Directors for the sponsored Crown Grant land application. At the October 20th, 2020 special business meeting, Council provided approval in principle for the lateral expansion of the Squamish landfill. Additionally, the lateral landfill expansion is conditionally supported in principle by Squamish Nation staff. At that same business meeting, Council also directed staff to submit a sponsored Crown Grant land application to accommodate the landfill's lateral expansion to the east. And as I mentioned, the land is directly to the east of the current landfill, and you can see it on your screens. So in the image that you can see, the blue outline is the full land that is being requested. Currently, the landfill footprint is proposed to be the purple. However, we are going out for RFP for concept design. So what the footprint of the actual landfill, that might change. But in essence, we are today talking about the blue square on the screen here. The intended use of the full scope of land are to host the lateral landfill, a leachate treatment system, as well as extended space for increased waste diversion and to support circular economy opportunities. So as per direction from Council in 2021, staff submitted the Crown Grant land application, which we have discovered could take up to 4 years for approval by the province. As both Squamish Nation and SLRD Board of Directors are government stakeholders who will be consulted by the province during the assessment of our land application, district staff hope that by presenting information about the land application directly to these bodies of government and providing them with the opportunity to have their questions and comments addressed directly by district staff, and then providing subsequent letters of support, this will assist the province in their consultations in the full goal of hoping to reduce that 4-year time period. Just additional work around the lateral landfill expansion that will be taking place in 2022 is an amendment to the SLRD's solid waste and resource management plan, which will include local and regional public and governmental engagement around the lateral expansion, and the inclusion of waste export as a backup solution if something arises with the lateral landfill expansion and the district requires somewhere to put their garbage, and we can't expand laterally. As well, we will be working on the archaeological impact assessment once the snow melts, and that will be occurring on the land that we are applying for. As well, we will be, as I mentioned, updating the 2019 concept design for the lateral landfill expansion to support waste diversion, circular economy, amongst other updates which were not captured in the 2019 concept design. Timeliness is a key component to the lateral landfill expansion project, as site surveys and fill models that were available in early 2019 and 2020 predict that the vertical expansion will reach capacity in 2027, 2028. For this reason, staff are intending to complete the detailed design by the time that the land acquisition is granted so that the construction can begin as quickly as possible and the site is ready to accept waste when the current landfill reaches capacity. Although the process and overview that you do see on your screen is very smooth and the transitions look very elegant, shall I say, between each phase, staff are working diligently to keep every element on track so that if any obstacles arise, we do have time to overcome them. And with that, it comes to staff recommendation that the District of Squamish request letters of support from Squamish Nation and the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District for the sponsored Crown Land grant application for the purpose of the lateral expansion of the Squamish landfill and related activities. Thank you. And are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. White. There are questions. Council, motion to extend first. Moved by Councilor Herford, second by Councilor Stoner. Any opposed? Mayor Elliott opposes. Motion carries. All right, Councilor Herford, you had a question for Ms. White.
Yeah,
and then I think I saw a hand over here. Councilor Anderson next.
I was curious what form the request for support would take. Are you thinking that you'd go and present to these bodies? Is it write a letter, or is it a package that goes to them? I know we've been doing quite a bit of work on this, and we, as a council, are up to speed. And I'm just curious how far back you're going to go with these other bodies that are maybe more passively aware of what's happening or proposed to happen there.
Thanks. Through the chair. Should I stop sharing my screen also?
Sure.
I know all the protocol on this one. So. That worked. All right. Through the chair, great question. So we have been speaking, our district staff have been speaking with both bodies of government in separately. So I would say there's an awareness. Squamish Nation has been brought along this project and in partnerships from the beginning. So I would say we don't have a set format. I think what we would do is reach out to Squamish Nation. We provide regular updates on the project and opportunities to provide input on the different pieces that we're working on. So there would be a bit more, here's the update. This is what we're looking at. Would you like us to walk you through the land and what, that would be more of a real presentation offer. The SLRD Board of Directors, I believe, again, I would let some other folks jump in if I'm speaking out of turn, but I believe would be a bit more formal. So why I'm here today is that we are requesting council to ask their board of directors to write a letter on behalf of us. I believe that the letter would offer a presentation if they would like, and I would leave it up to the SLRD board of directors to request district staff to come and present. We have presented to the SLRD board of directors in December as well already, so there is a familiarity about the project. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Councilor Henderson.
Thank you. Ms. White, you among the next steps required that you cite was to work with the SLRD staff to amend the regional solid waste management plan to include the lateral expansion and waste export as a backup option. You also refer to circular economy opportunities, so we need to be mindful of this. They may necessarily involve scale and collaboration with, say, Lower Mainland and scenarios of shipping waste to be consolidated elsewhere for processing. My question to you is there is it a good idea to consider the scenario of a waste export or shipping transfer station as part of the plans for the lateral expansion? After all, we don't have a lot of land to try to identify such a transfer station if we needed one. But is it something that might be contemplated in the planning work for the lateral expansion, some type of a transfer facility, should we need it, including for circular economy opportunities?
Through the mayor, that's a great question. So even though we're talking about 12 hectares, the site is limited on space. There is I'm perhaps using the wrong, we're close to my bedtime, so perhaps this is the wrong term, an ROI on space, lifespan, how big we want the landfill to be. There's some calculations around that modeling to make it financially feasible to do a lateral landfill expansion. So we do need the landfill footprint at some point to reach a certain space. That being said, we are going out to the public for feedback and items like this. So suggesting that circular economy opportunities might need access to transporting material to the Lower Mainland is an excellent point that we should incorporate in the feedback that we will give to the consultants who are doing the concept design. So I appreciate the feedback and thank you. We'll incorporate it and bring it forward to the consultant. And perhaps it is something. That being said, the comment about including waste export as a backup solution is included by recommendation of the Ministry of Environment, because I assume they speak from experience where they've seen local governments go through this process with limited time and something comes up where they can't overcome it. And so the Ministry of Environment recommended we include in our kind of public consultation this waste export as a backup solution, but purely as a backup solution. We are not going to be establishing a transfer station with the intent of start shipping out our waste. And I should add the piece of that, why Ministry of Environment recommended that is because say we get 4 years, 5 years down this process and something comes up that we can't overcome for whatever reason, the way waste is managed in the regional district by this solid waste management plan, we would have to go out to the public again to engage around waste export. And so the ministry's comment is saying, you might not have time for that public engagement. You might need to pivot quickly, include that engagement now so you kind of cover your base. You've got your lateral landfill expansion plus your backup.
Thank you. That's great orientation.
Anyone else? All right, not seeing any of their hands. Councillor Herford, you're putting the motion forward. Seconded by Councillor French. Any further comments? Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, just don't like the fact that we're having to expand our landfill. I understand all the rationale and appreciate all the other work we're doing. I guess it just reinforces for me how important all the diversion and circular economy work we are doing is. And so I hope we continue to really focus on that. But thank you for the work on this.
Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. White.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have the 2022 Tourism Squamish Operating Grant. And Ms. Mulligan's joining us, and Ms. Weeks, sorry that it is almost 10 o'clock, and I will ask council to please be very specific in your questions and avoid editorial. It is almost 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Ms. Mulligan.
Thank you very much, Council. I'm just going to share my screen. Can everybody see it?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So thank you, Chair and Council, and welcome members of the public. My name is Catherine Mulligan. I'm the Economic Development Officer for the District of Squamish.
Ms.
And
Mulligan?
this evening, I'm joined by Leslie
Ms.
Weeks.
Mulligan.
Yes?
The view changed, so now we can see your notes instead of just the presentation slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's all right.
Let's try that again. Does that look correct?
That does look correct.
Wonderful. We'll try that again. So I'm joined with Leslie Weeks. She's the Executive Director of Tourism Squamish. And Leslie is going to also share this presentation, and she will also be available to answer any questions that may arise as a result. So I just wanted to go back a little bit in terms of the reason for this presentation. We are asking the council to consider a 2022 partnership agreement and a grant of $150,000 for 2022 to support Tourism Squamish's implementation of its strategic plan. And just to provide a little bit of background, and since 2013, Tourism Squamish has been contracted by the district to provide visitor services on behalf of the community. And between 2013 and 2020, the total annual contract value has been $100,000. Between 2015 and 2019, the district also provided Tourism Squamish with an annual operating grant of $50,000. This grant lapsed in 2020, and instead the district elected to provide a $25,000 grant to undertake a fall promotional campaign that supported COVID-19 messaging. At that same time, Council directed staff to identify a long-term funding approach to support Tourism Squamish's continued operations. And in 2021, the district also received a grant from the province's Tourism Dependent Communities Fund for the revitalization of the Squamish Adventure Center as a tourism-oriented building. So as part of this work, the district with its partners Tourism Squamish and the Squamish Chamber are developing an operational plan for the center. And in 2021, it was recommended that a long-term funding proposal not be considered by council until the completion of this plan. And therefore, the district entered into a $150,000 partnership agreement with Tourism Squamish, provided them with $150,000 towards the implementation of the strategic plan, including the provision of visitor services. And this agreement identified a high-level evaluation framework for which Leslie will present the results of right now. So over to you, Leslie.
Great, thank you. Good evening. To begin, we just wanted to thank you for your support in 2021. It was another challenging year for the tourism industry as a whole, and we're very grateful for our partnership. Tourism Squamish's key areas of focus for 2021 and where the funds from the district were applied were visitor experience, destination development, and destination marketing. We'll walk you through a few slides in each of these key areas to dig into our 2021 results. Next slide, Kate. Our first priority area, or you can stay here, it's fine. Our first priority area is visitor experience, specifically around delivering exceptional customer service, having meaningful interactions with our visitors, and fostering remarkable experiences. There's 129 community-owned visitor centers throughout BC that make up the Visitor Services Network program. Visitor centers play a pivotal role in providing accurate and timely travel information to those looking to explore communities, locate accommodation, visit attractions, and participate in tourism activities. Over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, community visitor centers have been instrumental in communicating provincial health orders and health and safety protocols, supporting local businesses, and boosting local economies. This slide illustrates the various channels utilized as part of Squamish's visitor servicing methods. To complement the physical visitor center, we've prioritized the digital visitor experience, a very important part of visitor servicing pre, during, and post-visit. We have invested in chatbot technology, provided an always-on approach to visitor communications through our social channels, and are available to deliver information in the moment using the Tourism Squamish website and our robust online events calendar to inform visitors. In 2021, our in-person interactions were primarily at the Visitor Center, at the Squamish Adventure Center, and via the Destination Steward team. For summer 2022, we will bring back our mobile visitor servicing teams after a 2-year pause due to COVID-19. Next slide, please. The Visitor Services team at the Adventure Center provided information to over 59,000 people in 2021. While many other centers across the province experienced a decline in visitation numbers or reduced hours of operation, we were able to maintain full levels of service, being open for business for over 2,800 hours throughout the year. While we're not quite at our 2019 pre-pandemic numbers, we did see a 40% increase over 2020 in the visitors serviced, and our numbers are continuing to trend in the right direction. Next slide. This slide shows the visitor origin of the traffic we're seeing at the visitor center. Not surprisingly, with the travel restrictions, 91% of the visitors to the center in 2021 were from the regional market and 9% were destination visitors. That is in contrast to pre-pandemic numbers where in 2019, 49% were regional market and 51% were destination visitors. As restrictions ease, we should start to see a shift back to more balance between the regional and the international markets. Next slide. Our second priority area was destination development, with a focus on nurturing destination stewardship and strengthening resident support for tourism. Next slide. We launched a Destination Steward pilot program in 2021. The program was in response to exponential growth in recreation users, record numbers of visitors to BC parks in 2020, record search and rescue dispatches in 2020, and growing instances of unmanaged camping and disrespect of our natural settings. The objectives of the pilot program were to welcome visitors into our community, to promote safe, responsible use of our public outdoor spaces, improve visitor dispersion, and to observe and record data as to what the stewards were seeing each day. We secured sponsorship for an electric vehicle from Greg Gardner GM to get the stewards around and hired 6 local champions who worked from May through September visiting key hotspots within Squamish, offering visitor education and encouraging responsible and safe recreation practices. The stewards spent over 100 hours training with experts from local sector associations, as well as undergoing specialized visitor center training, conflict avoidance, and prevention techniques. The stewards spent over 2,200 hours in the field and greeted 9,052 people and 600 dogs at locations from Brome and Cat Lake to the north and Murin to the south, and many zones in between. They recorded a variety of observations in their daily activities, including anecdotal information and insights around issues such as garbage in recreation areas, illegal camping, overcrowding, and recreationalists ill-prepared for their planned activities. Key observations and our pilot program report were passed on to the appropriate agencies, and we continue to work with these organizations to refine our program and plan for the upcoming season. Next slide. Destination marketing priorities for 2021 were focused on increasing visitation outside of peak summer season and increasing length of stay. Challenges presented by the continued prevalence of COVID-19, along with summer, fall, and winter highway closures, necessitated many pivots in our destination marketing strategy and execution. With the support shown by our partners such as the District of Squamish and Destination BC, and most importantly, the strength and resilience demonstrated by the Squamish businesses and community, many successes were seen over the year. Next slide. Significant effort in 2021 was invested in continuing to expand our content dedicated to suggested itineraries and travel ideas for off-peak travel times. Web and social content focused on what visitors could participate in while traveling safely and responsibly in keeping with the staged rollout of the BC Restart Plan. Squamish's strengths as a desirable destination for outdoor experiences was promoted along with suggestions and promos for visitation during the off-peak periods. Next slide. Despite a significant drop in international interest due to continued travel restrictions, website sessions in 2021 showed signs of recovery and compared favorably to pre-pandemic levels. The 517,793 sessions represents only an 8% drop from our 2019 total website visits. While international traffic to the site dropped 68% during this comparative time period, we expect the gains shown from domestic traffic to the site to provide long-term dividends for Squamish. Looking ahead to 2022, our efforts remain focused in the same key priority areas. Back to you, Kate.
Ms. Mulligan, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's better.
Thank you, Leslie. The grant falls within the district's budget for 2022, with $150,000 included within the 2022 to 2025 financial plan under economic development. As previously mentioned, staff will return to council at a later date to present options related to the long-term funding approach. The grant supports policies part of Squamish's official community plan, including those that are focused on enhancing access to recreational amenities, services, and programming, protecting and capitalizing on the district's recreational assets to grow the local economy, and supporting a diversified and sustainable economic growth. And specifically, this grant supports the strategic goals of increasing local employment opportunities and the number of target sector firms. So based on recent tourism impact study, that was conducted in partnership with Tourism Squamish and the Squamish Chamber in 2018. Squamish's tourism sector supported 788 jobs and contributed $95.2 million in visitor spending. So to conclude, there's a recommendation that staff propose the following council resolution: that the District of Squamish execute a partnership agreement with Tourism Squamish Society and approve a grant of $150,000 for the Society's 2022 strategic plan implementation. So thank you, and we are happy to take any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have questions? I'm not seeing any. All right, so the motion in front of council is to execute the partnership agreement for $150,000 for the implementation of Tourism Squamish's 2022 strategic plan. It's moved by Council Race, seconded by Council Pettengill. Any comments? Council Pettengill?
Yeah, just quickly, happy to support this. I do recall that prior to the pandemic, we wanted to sort of look at the long-term funding, and I think some of my colleagues previously have raised questions about how we are supporting all sectors in the corridor, and I think that's still worthy discussion, but I also recognize that the pandemic is still ongoing. This sector has been particularly hard hit, so I'm fine to continue with this for this coming year, but I think there are future discussions to have still. Thank you.
Councilor Herford.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion, and I just wanted to recognize all the hard work that Tourism Squamish has done, not only during the pandemic, but over the years leading up to this. So it has set a good benchmark for us to recover to, as well as helping manage the impacts of tourism on our community. So thank you so much for that work so far, and look forward to seeing what can be done, particularly with these fundings. But yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know Tourism Squamish has worked really hard to support its members and the district through the pandemic. I think the addition of the ambassador program has been a game changer, and so glad that Tourism Squamish is part of the collaborative table around visitor management. I'm excited to see the focus on destination development and promoting the shoulder seasons. So I think people are starting to look for not just outdoor adventures, but see more in Squamish that they can do that's not necessarily weather dependent, as you say, and more of that cultural side of our community, which is actually very vibrant. So appreciate the strategy that Tourism Squamish has laid out. And while we do need to get to that long-term funding strategy, pleased to support this for the year to come. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council, we're on
Thank
our
you.
consent. Thank you. Council, we're on item 10, our consent agenda. So anything that presents a conflict of interest for you, you should pull now, or any minutes or letters. Seeing no hands, someone want to move the consent agenda? Moved by Council Ray, second by Council French. Any opposed? Motion carries. There are no late items this evening. We have correspondence under item 12 for action, that the letter from P. Gordon regarding flashing crossing lights at 3rd Avenue be referred to the Director of Engineering for follow-up and response. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Any comments? Any opposed? Motion carries. That the correspondence from R. Cowling regarding dog feces on walking trails be referred to the GM of Community Service for investigation and response. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Herford. Any comments? Dog owners should do better. It's disgusting out there. Really is sad. Any opposed? Motion carries. Correspondence from P. Kindry regarding the Garibaldi Neighborhood Planning small group discussions be referred to the Director of Planning for response. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. Any comments? Any opposed? Motion carries. And that the correspondence from T. Chelswick regarding the boat launch committee be referred to Ms. McJanet to include with the Marine Access Review scheduled for a future Committee of the Whole meeting. Moved by Councillor Anderson. No, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I just thought I'd just briefly draw attention to the noteworthy aspects of this letter. It's a very refreshing development, this new group, and a refreshing new voice to have. Two things pop out at me. They refer explicitly to short and long-term solutions, openness and suggestion that we consider short and long-term. They also have a big picture perspective in the diversity of the people involved. They've got people from barge traffic to emergency services, fishing, commercial, and so on. They also refer to an offer they make to offer input to the district, quote, in other areas, and, quote, in related discussions. So they have a big picture perspective. And I hope that our team will recognize this perspective that they have, the offer, and the resources represented by this group. Thank you.
And so you're moving that?
Please.
Seconded by Councillor French. Any further comments? Any opposed? Motion carries. Under item 14, approval of minutes. That staff investigate prior resolutions submitted to UBCM regarding BC ambulance service, and that the mayor discuss potential resolutions and regional support with the other mayors in the Sea to Sky corridor. And I will add the SLRD chair in there as well. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Any opposed? Motion carries. And that the District of Squamish provide a letter of support to the Squamish Environment Society and Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative Society, which has been completed. So I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Race. Any opposed? Motion carries. Any business arising from the minutes? We have committee minutes and reports to receive. Advisory design panel. Advisory design panel appointments for public art representative, that the District of Squamish appoint Catherine Coons as the public art representative to the advisory design panel for the remainder of a 2-year term ending September 20th, 2022. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Any opposed? Motion carries. And then the advisory design panel minutes from January 20th. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Any opposed? Motion carries. No in-camera announcements. We did not have anyone for unscheduled public attendance. Open question period clarification related to agenda items. There is no one here. Councilor staff announcements. Councilor Stoner.
I'll make it really quick. I just want to say thanks to my council colleagues, staff, and for support during my and my transition back. I am excited to be here. A little bit disappointed in my first meeting for a motion, and I really the rest of our term back. So thanks. I am happy to be back in council chambers, both virtual and in person.
We look forward to having you back. Thank you very much for setting a great example for younger people in our community that might wish to run for elected office. And sorry we did this to you tonight. It's a rude reintroduction to the world of local government. Any other announcements? Seeing none, motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, everyone. Thank you to the staff who supported us this evening and our community members who participated. Good night.